Thank you very much, and perhaps I'll begin. My name is Steve Gotch, and I serve as the Canadian co-chair of the Yukon River Panel. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome all panel members, advisors, guests, and observers to the Yukon River Panel's 2020 postseason meeting. Admittedly, this is the Yukon River Panel's first entirely virtual meeting session, and although we acknowledge that this may create some challenges, we also appreciate that technology enables us to bring participants together from across Alaska and Canada to actually enable this meeting to occur. The virtual meeting format also does provide the opportunity for a broad participation, and we appreciate those who are viewing this meeting's proceedings online. I'd like to take a moment to extend our appreciation to the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat, who are hosting and administering this virtual meeting session, and they are Tom Alpe, Victor Keong, and John Sun. For panel members' awareness, a digital recording of this week's session will also be available on the Yukon River Panel's website for future viewing. We've structured our meeting agenda to provide for both an effective and efficient meeting over the course of the next 2 days. For those that require, the Yukon River Panel's meeting agenda is available on the Yukon River Panel's website under the Meetings tab. Understanding the virtual meeting format, we will work hard to adhere to the scheduled timelines for discussions and presentations to best accommodate both panel member, presenter, and observer schedules. Look forward to our proceedings over the next 2 days and appreciate both your participation as well as patience as we administer this virtual meeting session. Mr. Co-Chair, introductions.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. My name is John Linderman. I serve as the U.S. Section Co-Chair of the Yukon River Panel. I echo the sentiments of Co-Chair Gotch with respect to the potential for technical difficulties that we may encounter. I think a lot of our members have had good practice over the last couple of days with respect to our individual section meetings. So hopefully it will go fairly smoothly. Thanks also, echo the thanks to the Pacific Salmon Commission staff and representatives that have been exceedingly helpful in getting us all lined out on this. Hopefully this will prove to be a successful format. Again, I think there's some unknowns here that we're going to have to get through, it is a positive step in a good direction that there may be more access to individuals in both Alaska and the Yukon Territory of Canada to be able to connect to this meeting and engage with Yukon River Panel business. And I hope that proves valuable to all those individuals that are able to take advantage of that. One thing I would like to ask at this time, Mr. Co-Chair, if I may, is to recognize the passing of one of our longtime U.S. section members, if that sounds okay to you.
Yes, Mr. Co-Chair, please proceed.
So unfortunately and unexpectedly in August of 2020, this last year, longtime federal alternate representative to the U.S. section of the Yukon River Panel, Dr. Pete Hagen, passed away unexpectedly. Pete was a very well respected and welcome participant in Yukon River Panel meetings for many, many years. Many of our members may recall his very popular and well-received presentations that we generically referred to as the Marine Update. Pete was a very active and very welcome participant in the Yukon River Panel process. His passing was very unexpected and came as a shock to many within the fisheries community of Alaska and the North Pacific in general. I'd like to take a moment of silence, if we may, in recognition and memory of Dr. Pete Hagen, his contributions not only to the Yukon River Panel, but to Alaskan and North Pacific fisheries in general. So a moment of silence, please. thank you everyone for respecting and acknowledging the memory of Dr. Hagan. Much appreciated. Mr. Chair, if it's okay with you, maybe we could proceed to introductions of your section and then correspondingly introductions on the US side.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And on behalf of the Canadian delegation, I would like to acknowledge that we'll certainly miss Dr. Hagan's professional contributions as our colleague and miss him as a good friend over the years. So, with that, I would like to proceed with introducing Canadian panel members who are participating in this week's bilateral meeting session. So I'll call on panel members to please introduce yourselves and your home communities. And perhaps we will start with Canadian panel member Carl Sidney. Carl, go ahead. Okay. Maybe having an audio problem here, but perhaps we will try Mr. Dennis Zimmerman. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll try again. This is not Dennis, but Carl. Can you hear me better, Steve?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Thank you, Carl. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Carl Sidney, Yukon River Panel member. My home is at the headwater, Tasman Lake, and I'd just like to welcome everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl, and we'll proceed with Mr. Roger Alfred.
Roger Alfred, Selkirk First Nations member, citizen, and I'm on the Yukon River Panel, and also member of Yukon Salmon Subcommittee. And Happy New Year's.
Thank you, Roger. And Al, go ahead.
Yes, I'm Al Von Finster. I'm a member of the Yukon River Panel and a member of the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee. This is the first time that I've been on such a large meeting this way, and I hope it goes well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Al. And now over to Dennis. Go ahead.
Thanks, Steve. Name is Dennis Zimmerman. I'm a member of the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee, and I'm also supporting the development of a new organization called the Yukon First Nation Salmon Stewardship Alliance. I reside in Whitehorse, and I'm acknowledge the traditional territory of the Kwanlundun First Nation, the Ta'an-Quechin Council. Thank you.
Dennis, and over to Tim.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. My name is Tim Gerberding. I live in Dawson, Yukon. I'm a commercial fisherman, and I'm also on the Salmon Subcommittee and the Yukon River Panel. So great to see everybody, and I hope this works well.
Thank you. And over to Robert. Okay, I apologize. We may have lost Mr. Robert Perry, who is the Yukon government's appointment to the Canadian Yukon River Panel delegation. And I'll just call to confirm, do we have Mr. Stan Najutli, Sr. from Old Crow, Yukon on the line this morning? Stan, were you able to connect?
Steve, it's Elizabeth. Stan, unfortunately, there was a suicide in the community a couple days ago, so he's going to phone in once he can. And as a heads up, Michelle is attending a virtual funeral, and she will phone back in once she. Okay, so yeah, thank you for that. So just to confirm, we will be joined by Canadian panel member Stanley Najutli Sr. from Crow and Michelle Dawson-Beatty from Whitehorse, likely either later today or tomorrow.
In addition to the Canadian panel members, I would like to acknowledge that the Canadian delegation also has a number of advisors, approximately a dozen of them participating today. I'd like to welcome the Canadian advisors to the bilateral panel sessions and look forward to our meeting. In light of time, perhaps, Mr. Co-Chair, can we go to U.S. panel member introductions? Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll go through the list of our primary panel members first, and I'll call out each person to introduce themselves. For a reminder for folks that are on by phone, *6 to unreach your phone for introductions. I'd like to start with Ragnar Ahlstrom.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Ragnar Ahlstrom from the village of Lochnock, about 2,000 miles from Teslin here down at the mouth of the river. Thank you.
Thank you, Ragnar. Next, I'd like to have an introduction from Mr. Eric Weingarth.
Yeah, Eric Weingarth from St. Mary's, Lower Yukon. Happy New Year, everybody. Forward to trying this out.
Next Yukon River Panel representative is Mr. Andy Bassage.
Hello, everyone. My name's Andrew Bassage. I live in Eagle, Alaska, actually Calico Bluff, which is very close to the sonar camp at Eagle. Panel member and also the co-chair for the communications committee for the Yukon River Panel. Look forward to this meeting and look forward to working on some tough issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Mr. Matthew Keys.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Matt Keys, and I'm with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service out of Fairbanks. And thanks for participation from everybody on this.
Thank you, Matt. And for reference, Matt is the federal representative to the U.S. section of the Yukon River Panel. And unfortunately, our sixth Yukon River Panel member, Upper River Representative Rhonda Pitka, won't be able to join us for the full meeting today. She may be able to join for portions of each of the next 2 days, but she has a conflict with a Federal Subsistence Board meeting, unfortunately. We do have an alternate so we do have a full complement with respect to the U.S. section. And if Mr. Virgil Umfenauer could introduce himself.
Good morning. I'm Virgil Umfenauer. I live in North Pole. Thank you.
Thank you, Virgil. Again, moving on to some of our alternate representatives to the U.S. section, Caroline Brown.
Hi, my name is Caroline Brown. I'm the Acting Research Director for the Subsistence Division at Fish and Game in Fairbanks and the alternate U.S. co-chair.
Thank you, Caroline. Sven Pauken.
Yeah, good morning, Sven Pauken, alternate panel member, St. Mary's.
Thank you, Sven. John Lamont.
Good morning. Welcome, everyone. John Lamont, alternate panel member, District Y1, mouth of the Yukon. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And similar to the Canadian section, the U.S. does have multiple advisors that will be in attendance over the course of the next several days. Some of them may be in and out of the meeting in having other tasks and conflicts that they need to address, as well as a multitude of U.S. section agency and non-agency support staff, many of whom will be giving presentations and participating in specific sections of the agenda as we move through the next several days. So I think just in the interest of time, I will identify a couple of our advisors to introduce themselves at this time. First, let's go with Jennifer Williams.
I am Jennifer Williams from Emonic, advisor for the Lower Yukon region.
Thank you, Jennifer. Jennifer Hooper.
Good morning, Jennifer Hooper, advisor for the Lower River section.
Thank you, Jennifer. And Brooke Woods.
Good morning. My name is Brooke Woods. I am from Rampart, Alaska. I would like to acknowledge those online. Welcome, Yukon River fishermen and women, and thank you so much for making time to attend the Yukon River panel. I would also like to say that it's a hardship to miss Federal Subsistence Board. We have tribal consultation happening right now.
Thank you, Brooke. And Darcy Peter, I'm not sure if you're on, but please do feel free to introduce yourself if you are. Okay, I'm not hearing from Darcy. So I think maybe we can move along with the agenda. Again, there's multiple staff and there may be some additional U.S. section advisors in attendance that will hopefully have a chance to introduce themselves, and staff members will be given presentations and speaking as well. So, Mr. Chair.
Co-Chair, and with that, perhaps I'll call on Mr. Tom Alpe. Could you please bring up our meeting agenda on screen? Okay, thank you very much. So for participants that are able to join online, you should be able to see the Yukon River Panel's public session meeting agenda displayed on screen. For those that are connected via telephone, we'll be walking through the agenda that was distributed specifically for the 26th and the 27th of January. So perhaps just as a brief overview, this week's virtual sessions are broken up into morning and afternoon sessions on both today, Tuesday, as well as Wednesday. I would like to acknowledge that we have participants in this week's meetings from at least 4 time zones that I'm aware of, and so we've done our best to structure start and conclusion times each day to coincide with the westernmost and easternmost time zones. So we have displayed probably the most 2 common time zones that participants are adhering to today, which is Alaska and Yukon time. So you will see that those references throughout the meeting agenda. This morning, our first session, which is scheduled for 1 hour and 15 minutes, will basically afford us with the opportunity to review today's agenda, receive some administrative reporting, both from the Yukon River Panel financial perspective, presented by the Pacific Salmon Commission Secretariat. We'll be receiving an update from the panel's Communications Committee, and that will be followed by a presentation from the Joint Technical Committee and a discussion by the Yukon River Panel around the Chinook salmon biological escapement goal development process. We will then take a 15-minute rest break and resume at 10:30 Alaska time, 12:30 Yukon time for another 1.5-hour session, where we will basically start with the main presentations for this week, which is the post-season review. We'll be starting with the U.S. presentation on Chinook salmon, 2020 Chinook salmon fisheries and management. And we will follow that session with the opportunity for panel member questions if there's time. Otherwise, we'll break for lunch at noon Alaska time, 2 o'clock Yukon time for 1 hour. This afternoon, we'll resume sessions at 1 o'clock Alaska time, 3 o'clock Yukon time. We'll hold another hour-and-a-half long meeting session where we'll receive a presentation on the 2020 Canadian Chinook salmon season summary. And then that will be followed by panel member questions. Conclusion of our day will be at 4:30 Yukon time, and I'm just, yes, 2:30 Alaska time. We have a half hour set aside for public testimony. And at the end of our agenda review, I'll just provide a quick reminder as to how we will be accommodating public testimony during the virtual session. That will conclude our sessions for the day. Tomorrow morning, the 27th of January, we'll be starting up again at 9 a.m. Alaska time, 11 a.m. Yukon time. The focus of the first morning session will be on 2020 postseason reporting for main stem chum salmon stocks. We'll receive both U.S. and Canadian season summary presentations for main stem chum salmon. We'll have a break for 15 minutes and resume at 10:30 Alaska time, 12:30 Yukon time, and we'll be receiving presentations on porcupine chum salmon, both from U.S. and Canadian agencies, which will be followed by panel member questions. We will break for 1 hour lunch session or period at noon Alaska time. If we could move the agenda a little bit down on the screen, please. Thank you. Noon Alaska time, 2 o'clock Yukon time. In the afternoon, we will continue with the opportunity to provide for panel member questions and discussions around coordinated U.S. and Canadian Yukon River salmon management. That's an item that was requested by panel members for discussion. That will then be followed by an update on Yukon River salmon restoration and enhancement fund initiatives, both the status of 2020 projects as well as the 2021 call for proposals and project submissions to date. Our Wednesday afternoon session will conclude with the opportunity for public testimony from 2:30 to 3 o'clock Alaska time, 4:30 to 5 o'clock Yukon time, and then finally we'll have a quick 15-minute session for closing remarks and confirmation of the 2021 Yukon River Panel preseason meeting. So that's basically an outline for the next 2 days. As I mentioned, there will be 2 opportunities for a virtual public testimony. Maybe I'll pass it over to Tom, if you could perhaps provide a quick update on any individuals who are still interested in registering for public testimony for either this afternoon session or tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. So my name is Tom Alpe. I'm at the Pacific Salmon Commission, acting as the R&E Fund Administrator and providing support for today's meeting with my colleagues. So if you wish to register for public testimony, it is necessary to please notify us in advance so that we can accommodate that on today's agenda or tomorrow's agenda. In order to do that, I would ask that 2 hours ahead of the public testimony start time at the latest, earlier if you're able, please, you get in touch with my colleague, Victor Keong, and he will provide you with the information that you need to do that. For the benefit of those on the phone, I'm just displaying the details which are also available on the Yukon River Panel website for getting in touch with Victor. So you can email him at Keong, that's KEONG, at psc.org, or you can phone him on 1-604-331-8613. Thank you very much.
Tom, and over to Mr. Co-Chair. Any questions, comments, or any additional items to identify with respect to our agenda for the coming days?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I think we've reviewed the agenda for the next several days. No comments or changes, additions. Appreciate the detailed review of the agenda and approve as written.
Thank you very much. So with that, we will now move into item number 3 on our agenda, which is the Yukon River Panel Financial Report. And I'd again call on Mr. Tom Alpe from the Pacific Salmon Commission to provide this morning's presentation. So if you could, please bring it up on screen. Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Co-Chair. So I'd like to start this presentation by acknowledging that the audit has been completed this year. So this is a process that happens every year. The R&E Restoration Enhancement Fund account is audited externally by KPMG, and that is done to ensure that the Pacific Salmon Commission is accounting for R&E funding in the way that we should be. The audit period follows the Canadian financial year, which runs April 1st through to March 31st. So this audit period covered April 1st, 2019 through to March 31st, 2020. As in previous years, the auditors didn't identify any concerns with the way that your funds have been managed to bring to your attention. Moving now to slide 2. This is just to show you the audited financial statement for the year as signed by the co-chairs. And I only want to draw your attention to 2 things here, really. The first is that the figures that you see are in Canadian dollars, as that is the currency which the PSC, being an organization headquartered in Vancouver, reports in. And the important figure to note is down here. If you can see my mouse, it's the fund balance for 2020 of 546,284 Canadian dollars. So that's the opening balance, which will come through to the next slide on slide 3 for March 31st or April 1st, 2020. So on slide 3 now, the purpose of this slide and the next slide is to provide the panel with an estimate of the R&E funds that you will have at your disposal next year. And the most recent financial statements that we have for the R&E account show the fund balance at December 31st, 2020. So that's the bold underlined figure in the middle of the slide. And to get to that figure, we take the opening balance at April 1st, add revenue for the year to date, which is essentially the US $1.2 million annual contribution shown here. And then we subtract costs, which consist of the grants paid out to active projects, R&E fund projects, between March and December, of a little over $1 million Canadian dollars. And then we also subtract the administration costs paid to the Pacific Salmon Commission over that period of around 82,000 Canadian dollars. So that gives us the fund balance at December 31st of a little over $1 million Canadian dollars. Next, we calculate the projected balance at March 31st, 2021. And so to do that, we take the balance at December 31st and subtract the remainder of the administration fees that will be that we anticipate will be due to the Pacific Salmon Commission over that period of about 40,000 Canadian dollars. And then the remaining funding commitments or grants that are still payable from us, from you, the R&E fund, to active 2019 and 2020 projects of around 800,000 Canadian dollars. By doing that, we get to a projected balance at March 31st, 2021, this March, of around 218,000 Canadian dollars. just move now to slide 4. Now, as the Yukon River Panel makes its funding decisions in US dollars when you meet each April to review R&E fund proposals and to make final decisions, this slide, first of all, converts that projected balance that carried over into US dollars at the current exchange rate, which is 0.78, and that's remained fairly steady for the past month or so. And if we do that, then we get to a US dollar figure of about 170,000 US dollars. And if we take that and add the US contribution that we anticipate receiving for 2021, then the figure we end up with as your total budget for 2021 projected is about 1.37 million US dollars. So that figure's there in the middle of the screen. That said, we know that you won't have quite that amount free to spend on projects, as you'll incur the administration costs due to the Pacific Salmon Commission. And although this isn't an approved budget yet, that will happen later in the process. We do know roughly what those tend to be based on previous years, in the region of 85,000 US dollars. And so although the intermediate figure here isn't printed out on the slide, if you were to remove administration costs, then you'd end up with a figure of around 1.28 million US dollars at your disposal for 2021. And before I move on to talk about the last couple of figures here, I should note that that figure is subject to change. This is just a forecast at this point. Most notably, if some of the projects that are currently ongoing conclude between now and March, and by conclude I mean complete their reporting to the Pacific Salmon Commission, including their financial reporting, and they don't spend their full grant amount that was awarded, then that figure may increase slightly. You may have a little more. And also, if the exchange rate fluctuates significantly, then that will also have an impact on some of these calculations. Now, the final 2 lines on this slide refer to funding for a set of projects that were scheduled to take place and approved to take place in 2020, which were not able to go ahead in 2020. And we'll go into more detail on the status of individual projects tomorrow. And we can go into the details of what this means for your balance, again, in more detail tomorrow afternoon as part of the R&E Fund overall presentation. But for now, this is a set of projects that requested a deferral to 2021. Essentially, they weren't able to go to head owing to COVID restrictions. And these project requests were forwarded through to the co-chairs, who granted these projects conditional deferrals, which means that they didn't have to reapply through the R&E Fund process for this year. And it also means that final assessments about whether they should go ahead in 2021 will be made in the spring at your next meeting. So those projects will be revisited at that time, and an assessment will be made as to whether they are likely to be able to go ahead in 2021, given the ongoing COVID restrictions and any other factors. If it looks like they will not be able to go ahead, then the funds can be reallocated to other projects. And that's why those tentative commitments are shown separately. For now, suffice it to say that if those projects do go ahead, then the amount that is remaining for all other proposals submitted through the R&E process this year will be approximately 1.19 million US dollars. That's the last slide in this presentation. So with that, I'll pause. Thank you for inviting me to give this overview, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Tom. And Sue, I guess we will attempt our first opportunity for any panel member questions, and perhaps we'll start with Canadian panel members. Do we have any Canadian panel member questions on the financial report provided by Mr. Alpe? I'll pause.
Thanks, Steve. Carl?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Tom. I just have I'm not sure, question on what, but a clarification on, I'm just wondering why did you not, maybe I missed it, but why is the remaining grants payable to conditionally deferred 2020 projects, which is 92,000, why is that not in the projected balance at March 31? Did you explain that, or did I miss something?
Thank you for the question, Carl. It's a good question. So these are tentative commitments that you have in 2021 at the moment. So at the moment, you know that you will definitely incur administrative fees, but at the moment, an assessment has yet to be made as to whether the set of conditionally deferred 2020 projects referred to here will be able to go ahead in 2021. So for that reason, they aren't included in the projected balance. They aren't firm commitments, but it is something that you'll need to bear in mind when you meet again in April to determine the amount of funding that remains for other projects. Does that answer your question, Carl?
Okay, thank you. Got it.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further questions from Canadian panel members on the financial report? Not seeing any. Perhaps we'll go to U.S. panel members. Any questions from U.S. panel members on the financial report?
Mr. Chair, just briefly, just to orient folks, at least U.S. section members, and my apologies for not mentioning this at the beginning of the presentation, but all U.S. section members, you will find all these presentations if you're connected by phone within your packet for the day 2 full panel meeting presentations. They are in the order that they appear on the agenda. So I think folks might remember that, but just as a reminder, additionally, for any individuals that are connected by phone only to the meeting, *6 to unmute your phone if you would like to ask questions, make comments, as well as *9 to raise your hand to be recognized. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Co-Chair. Not seeing any further questions from panel members. I'd like to express our thanks to Mr. Tom Alpe for the information and the presentation. And we'll now proceed to item number 4 on our agenda, which is an update from the Yukon River Panel Communications Committee. And for panel members, I believe that there are 2 documents that pertain to this agenda item. One is entitled number 4, January 26th, Educational Exchange Activities and Itinerary. And the second is number 4, January 26th, 2021 Education Exchange Budget. So I'll leave back over to Mr. Tom Alpe.
Thank you, and I'd like to check, Mr. Andy Basich, are you ready to speak to this item? Would you like me to display the approximate itinerary for the educational exchange proposal?
That would be great, thank you. So my name's Andrew Basich. I'm the Alaska co-chair for the Communications Committee. Dennis Zimmerman is the co-chair for the Canadian co-chair of the Canadian Communications Committee. And Dennis, if you can have your finger on the trigger so you can chime in at any time, please do so. I'd like to briefly do a very high-level overview of the educational exchange and the budgeting for this year. The committee has been very active over the past summer and fall, and it was recognized that it was very, very important to continue with the outreach program. This is one of the longest running programs that the panel has. We feel it's very vital to communications along the Yukon River between the fishers and users on the Yukon River. The committee on the Alaska side is myself and John Lamont from the Lower River. And a key component of our committee on our side is YRTFA, Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association. The director of that is Serena Fitka, and her very capable partner in that organization is Catherine Moncrief. And so those are the people from the Alaska side. And Dennis, if you're available, if you could introduce the Yukon delegation to the Communications Committee briefly.
Right, thanks, Andy. Yeah, we've had a bit of change given different appointments, but I know Carl Sidney is often participating with us, as well as I know Don Taves and Harvey Jessup used to participate, but they are no longer. And I believe that's it right now for active participants, although Elizabeth does support sometimes the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee. And I apologize if I'm missing anyone. Am I missing anyone there, Elizabeth?
Sorry, Dennis, I just stepped out. I think there may be Jesse attends as well, might be the one person.
Right, yeah, Jesse Trerice from DFO sometimes supports us as well. So that's it. Thanks, Andy.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. So to begin, we recognize due to COVID that a traditional educational exchange was not probably going to be able to happen due to travel restrictions and on both sides of the border. So we decided very early on in our first meeting that we should really work towards trying to develop a platform for a virtual educational exchange. And so that was the main focus of what we did this past summer. A very high level overview of what we're trying to do is we want to go into two different communities, one on the Alaska side and one on the Yukon Territory side. And we want to create what we call a sister cities approach. So this will be an approach where members who participate in this program will create kind of a sister city, a back and forth of dialogue between those two communities and develop a relationship. And we feel very strongly that relationship building is going to be the key to working on a lot of our tough issues along the Yukon River and trying to rebuild the runs. So we want to develop a platform that hopefully this year will be the fundamental platform for this exchange, and we'll hopefully be able to expand on that in years to come. For this year, the program will actually take place in both countries kind of at the same time. So what we plan to do is we want to have our first meeting, and in that first meeting, we've partnered with the Department of Fish and Game in Alaska, and we're asking them to provide experts from pilot station sonar and possibly experts that are familiar with that, either in Anchorage or Fairbanks, to do an introduction to the management of Yukon River salmon on the Yukon River, and to talk about the sonar system and the importance of that at pilot station, as well as Eagle. So that will be a large part of our first meeting, in addition to introducing the participants from both sides of the border. The other aspect that we want to incorporate this year is we have partnered with ESSA, which is based out of Vancouver. Many of you may remember Natasha Tamburello. She's been working with us for over a year or two on developing videos, and we have partnered with them to help us to coordinate to train the participants in how to do interviews, how to take video, how to do audio and video interviews. And she will be instrumental in, at the end of the project, archiving and creating some final products of the educational exchange, which will then be used for public outreach, panel presentations, hopefully YURTFA meetings, possibly school projects within both countries. So we're hoping to expand this educational exchange to reach a much broader range of people into the future. The second time that the members will be meeting is when the fish begin to arrive in the community in Alaska. And at that point in time, the Alaskan participants will introduce themselves, will speak to their fisheries, their concerns, what's important in the fisheries, basically kind of give their view of the fisheries and its importance to them from their community perspective. They will share this with the Canadian community, and then there'll be a pause after that happens. And then when the fish begin to arrive in the Canadian Yukon Territory community that's been chosen, they will do the reciprocal. They will communicate to the Alaskans. Then at the final aspect of the season, when both fisheries are completed, the participants will get together again. And at this point in time, it is hoped that they have developed and shared some of their video stories. And they will share these stories with each other. And then that will conclude that aspect of the educational exchange. It's hoped that into the later part of the season, as the school programs begin to happen, that we'll also be able to engage some of the local schools in those communities to develop some communication, some outreach, share these videos, and begin to engage youth. And I wanted to just stop briefly and mention that one of the key elements that came out that's actually an advantage to the COVID issue that we're dealing with is that we really want to engage youth. We've talked about this with the panel for many years, and it's always been difficult because of travel restrictions with youth traveling across the border. And we feel this platform is a really strong platform to begin to engage youth in the Yukon River fisheries. So that's one of the reasons why we're moving a little bit more to a technical aspect as far as involving video, audio, internet, Zoom, because our youth are really good at doing that. And it's a platform they understand and perform well in. So we're really excited to begin to expand the educational experience with the youth. And so that's going to be a key component for us. And then the very final aspect of this is all of this material will go back to ESSA. They will create some videos and some outreach materials for us that will be presented at next December panel meeting for the Yukon River Panel to review and make comments on. And at that point in time, we're really hoping that we'll get some good feedback in advancing this program, modifying this program. Hopefully next year, we'll be able to actually do the exchange in person between the two communities, but we'll just see where we're at with the COVID issues. Tom, if you could bring up the financial reporting on that, that would be helpful. I want to say that the project has come in a little bit above previous educational exchange programs. And that's because we're operating in two different locations at the same time. We're also adding the video component to this. And the other thing that has happened is in the past, both YURTFA and the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee have done a lot of in-kind contributions to this. And this year and moving forward, we're hoping that we can reimburse them for their true cost of running this program. I'd like to say they're the key component in this program. The panel members on the communications committee kind of come up with the ideas and the directions in partnership with them, but it is very much a program that is very dependent on YURTFA and YSSC for carrying it out and the performance of it. So you can see that our on the screen, you can see that we have our our budget outlined here. The total cost comes down to $69,333.35. And that's about between $4,000 and $5,000 more than most of the educational exchange projects have happened in the past. Mr. Co-Chair, or Dennis, I'm going to turn it over to you because I'm sure there's some things you'd like to talk about as well.
Sure, thanks, Andy. You did a great job there. Just a couple, I guess, additional details or thoughts. This education exchange, I think of it as rather as not as something that happens in isolation, but something we can continue to build upon. So the idea is, quite often the ed exchanges, there is a reporting and there's a variety of different ways of providing that feedback, but we want to continue to build. So these videos would be basically a repository, and we can use this to kind of build on that. And over a number of years, I think, like any good data set in science and a lot of the work that we tend to fund, this communications work can also be seen as a bit of a data set in that it's people's heartfelt and honest reflections of the fishery in their terms. And so I want you to see this as a bit of an investment as opposed to an isolated one-off event. I also wanted to touch on, Andy mentioned share each jurisdiction's perspective of the fishery. Well, as you know, we're in a state with Chinook where we may not have fisheries, and we rarely do have them in many parts of the Yukon. So on the Canadian side, so the idea is that it's about how people connect to those fisheries or connect to the fish in general, and that may not involve harvest. That may be through stewardship or through youth initiatives or through language, culture, song, story, just discussing with elders, transferring knowledge. So I just want to kind of say it's not built on an expectation that there is going to be harvest, because there may or may not be, as we know, given the status of the runs. And yeah, that's it from me. Thanks, Andy. Thanks, panel.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for that, Dennis. And I just want to really hit on the fact that what we're really hoping to do this year is develop a very solid platform. And what we really hope to expand to into the future is to continue this sister city approach with other communities. The educational exchange has primarily, for many years, been focused between the farthest upriver community of Teslin and then the lower river of, say, Amonic, Alukkanuk, St. Mary's, those general regions, Pilot Station. But what we're hoping for in the future is then moving to middle river communities, possibly Pelly Crossing, Caltag, Holy Cross, Galena, Tanana, and begin to get some of those other communities engaged with each other. And I think if we develop this platform, we work towards it, like Dennis says, this is an investment into the future. And we can build on that and really get a community of fishermen all up and down the river working together is the hope. I guess I'll turn it back over to Mr. Co-Chair. It's my understanding that both delegations, the Canadian delegation and the Alaska delegation, have both been provided with these and both support the educational exchange. I think what I'd like to do is open it up for questions and comments to panel members, and then I'll turn it back over to the co-chairs for our official decision on the funding for 2021's educational exchange. I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Gotch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy. So I'll maybe kick us off. So the question for panel members is, do you have any final questions, I guess, on the design of the proposed 2021 educational exchange? And two, we're basically looking to make a decision with regards to committing the requested funds out of the Yukon River Panel's Restoration and Enhancement Fund. So those are the two questions that we're basically hoping to address at this session. The first item, maybe just perhaps for confirmation for Dennis and Andy, the total project costs and budgets that are presented So the total project cost is listed as $69,333.35. Just to confirm, is that in US dollars or in Canadian dollars for panel members' understanding?
US dollars.
Thank you. So perhaps we will open it up to questions from Canadian Yukon River panel members. Any questions with regards to the proposed education exchange or any comments on the budgetary commitment of $69,000 US from the Restoration and Enhancement Fund? Any questions? Perhaps we'll go to the US delegation. Any questions from US panel members on the proposed education exchange or any perspectives on the commitment of $69,000 US to the project in 2021 from the Restoration and Enhancement Fund? Not seeing any. I'll perhaps go to Mr. Co-Chair. Not hearing any questions and not hearing any comments or concerns with regards to the commitment of funds. I guess at this point I would basically recommend that the panel proceed with committing $69,333.35 US to the 2021 Yukon River Panel Education Exchange as described in the proposal that was shared with the panel this morning. And essentially for Mr. Tom Alpe to make that deduction in our panel's budget for 2021. Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The US section had a presentation, review, and discussion and Q&A over the course of our meeting in the past couple of days and supports the proposed 2021 education exchange as written and as described here, and is very much approves with the program proceeding as proposed.
Thank you very much. So Mr. Alpe, I guess for your confirmation, the proposed project and associated program and budget is approved by the panel. So thank you very much for that. At this point, we'll move to our next presentation on our agenda, which is item number 5, and this is the Yukon River Panel Joint Technical Committee. I am cognizant of the time. We do have a scheduled break in 15 minutes. So what we will do is we'll ask the Joint Technical Committee co-chairs to perhaps present the first half of your presentation, slides 1 through 19, which is the update on the Joint Technical Committee's fall meeting. We'll then take a 15-minute break and then resume with the update on the escapement goal review. Oh, sorry, I see a question from Mr. Andy Bassich. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. One other thing I wanted to very briefly update the panel members and the public to is that the Communications Committee has also been working on a terms of reference very diligently. We're at the point where we will be presenting that to the panel. I'm hopeful that the drafts will be reviewed by you co-chairs and then released to panel members for review, and that we can hopefully discuss and finalize the terms of reference for the Communications Committee to be a much more formal part of the Yukon River Panel process. So that's kind of just a heads up. And I would ask that all panel members review that when it's available to them so that we can hopefully streamline this. This is an effort to better approach the communications projects, the core projects, and to kind of formalize some of the funding for communications projects into the future, and also provide with better transparency on how we operate as a committee for the public and the panel members. That's all I have. Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Chair.
So with,
I'd also like to make mention of the activity of the Communications Committee has been greatly enhanced and improved just over the past 6 months or so. There's been a very significant evolution of the Communications Committee's discussions, development of proposals such as this that was just presented for the Education Exchange, as well as the draft terms of reference that Andy just mentioned. And I'd also like to acknowledge the Pacific Salmon Commission, and specifically Tom Alpe, as providing a significant level of support administratively, secretariat support as well in advancing and supporting the Communications Committee's activities. And it seems to be working quite well. And I'm very glad to see that that support is being provided to the committee.
Thank you for that. So that concludes agenda item number 4. I'll pause to make sure seeing any further comments. So we'll proceed to agenda item 5, which is the Yukon River Panel Joint Technical Committee review, and I'll call on the Joint Technical Committee co-chairs, Mr. Zach Liller and Mr. Steve Smith. And if you could you present the first part of your presentation, as I said, slides 1 through 19, and then we'll take our 15-minute break and resume on the Chinook salmon escapement goal. Thank you. Quick audio check if either Mr. Liller or Mr. Smith are speaking. We can't hear you, so.
Sorry about that. Thanks, Steve. Good morning, everyone. My name's Steve Smith. I'm the Canadian co-chair of the Joint Technical Committee. I'm here with Zach Liller, who's the U.S. co-chair of the Joint Technical Committee. Mr. Liller and myself will be sharing the role of presenter, essentially given the nature of the platform today. You'll find that we're essentially going to read from the slides. We'll prompt for a change in slides that will indicate folks what slide number we're on. And essentially with that said, let's move on to slide 2. Okay, as I mentioned, so this presentation's in 2 parts. The first part is what we'll be doing initially. It's essentially a day-by-day run-through of the Joint Technical Committee meeting that occurred on November 18th, 19th, and 20th. We'll go through each of these days in more detail. Slide 3, please. So as I mentioned, the Joint Technical Committee met virtually on November 18th to 20th. This was done through a video conferencing platform. Next slide, please, slide 4. So in terms of meeting members and attendance from the US side, we have Bonnie Borba, Chuck Brazil, Randy Brown, Holly Carroll, Jeff Estenson, Zach Liller, Gerald Mashman, Jim Murphy, Stephanie Quinn Davidson, Chris Stark, Alita Trainer, and Fred West. On the Canadian side, we have Oliver Barker, Michael Folks, Vesta Mather, Elizabeth McDonald, myself, and Jesse Trerice. At this meeting, we had a number of guests that supported our activities. Catherine Bradley, Chris Carley, Brendan Connors, Hamashan Hamazaki, Deena Jallen, Elizabeth Lee, Marina Milligan, Andy Padilla, David Patterson, and Godfried Pestel. Slide 5, please. So more specifically, in terms of November 18th, so on this day, ADF&G and DFO did a 2020 postseason update to the Joint Technical Committee, essentially involved a US and Canadian postseason review of the Chinook salmon management and assessment, along with the US and Canada 2020 postseason review of chum salmon management and assessment. And just a note that, like in past years, at this point in time of the meeting, harvest and total run estimates were not yet available. Next slide, please. Okay, on slide 5, in the JTC discussion regarding Chinook salmon, so Canadian origin Chinook salmon run size is commonly estimated by 2 methods. One is based on sonar counts and genetic information collected near Pilot Station in Alaska. The other is based on sonar counts at Eagle, Alaska, near the US-Canada border, and the information about the US harvest. So both methods are generally unbiased and useful for management. Annual differences between these 2 methods is not uncommon. However, the differences can often be explained by assessment uncertainty. Many folks are aware that for the past 2 years, 2019 and 2020, the run size estimates derived from the Pilot Station program have been notably higher than the estimates based on the pilot sonar plus the US harvest. So the differences observed in 2019 and 2020 cannot be easily explained and provides indirect evidence that fish may have died due to natural causes between the Pilot and Eagle sonar project locations. Slide 6, please. Or sorry, 7, please. So in terms of the JTC discussion regarding Chinook salmon continued, and these are perspectives that are shared amongst the JTC members. So in 2019 and 2020, the discrepancies have alerted us, we have not been tuned into, alerted us to issues, sorry, that we have not been tuned into previously, and our assessment programs are not designed to address. There's no direct evidence that tens of thousands of Chinook salmon did die due to natural stressors in 2019 or 2020, nor were there any obvious problems with assessment tools. So although there is the discrepancies would suggest that something is afoot. There was no direct evidence regarding the natural die-off of Chinook salmon in these years. So essentially everything is on the table, and a range of explanations are possible. Unaccounted natural en route mortality is a topic of concern. The JTC focused research is needed to determine if substantial mortality is occurring, and if so, what mechanisms are driving it. Slide 8, please. So in terms of fall chum salmon, the discussion of the JTC, there was a very poor run of Canadian origin fall chum salmon in 2020. That was unexpected. Fall chum salmon typically return to the Yukon River at age 4 or age 5. In 2020, the run size was a result of the survival of salmon spawning during the 2015 for the age 5 cohort, and 2016, the age 4 cohort brood years. What we found, so poor survival of age 4 chum salmon were observed across Western Alaska, including the Canadian origin stock, suggesting that their common ocean conditions impacted the 2016 brood year and contributed to the poor 2020 run. Additional freshwater issues may have impacted the Canadian origin stock, In 2016, the Kalani Lake experienced a stream piracy event, which resulted in substantial reduction in water levels, which may also contribute a bit to the issue. At this point, moving on to slide 9, please. And I hand it over to Zach Littler to take over the presentation. Thanks.
Excellent. Thanks a lot, Steve. Good morning, folks. My name is Zach Littler. I'm the JTC US co-chair, and I will start off with slide 9. So beginning the second day of our meeting, November 19th, we had a discussion of 2021 forecast methodology. The JTC agreed at our most recent meeting to use the same fall chum salmon forecast method that has been used in recent years to prepare the upcoming 2021 forecast. However, the JTC did receive a special presentation by Sabrina Garcia with Alaska Department of Fish and Game, where she described an ongoing collaborative effort between ADF&G and NOAA to develop a new Canadian origin fall chum salmon forecast method based on juvenile abundance in the northeastern Bering Sea. This is an ongoing development, and the JTC will stay in touch with the organizations and will consider new forecast methodologies in the future if they prove useful. The JTC also agreed at our most recent meeting to incorporate new statistical improvements into the Chinook salmon forecast method. Move to slide 10, please. So with regards to improvements to the Chinook salmon forecast, the JTC agreed to continue using 3 complementary forecast models. So these are the same 3 forecast models that have been used for several years now. One of those models is based on Northern Bering Sea juvenile abundance. The other is based on sibling relationships or age class relationships. And the third is based on a Ricker spawner recruit production model. The major changes for this upcoming forecast is we've implemented improvements to the sibling model to accommodate changes in age and maturity over time. And we've also taken approaches to combine and weight those 3 separate models in proportion to their past forecast performance. Slide 11, please. Continuing the discussion of improvements to Chinook salmon forecasts, a heads up that the improvements made in preparation of the 2021 forecast is a first step towards a longer term goal to fully revise the Chinook salmon forecast methodology. Our hope is that the JTC will implement a fully revised forecast method starting 2022. The goal of that revision is to use the best available statistical methods in order to accurately represent forecast uncertainty in ways that are useful for informing fishery management. For members of the panel and members of the public, there will be a comprehensive forecast presentation provided by the JTC during the spring 2021 panel meeting. Slide 12, please. So to the second half of the day on November 19th, the JTC had a discussion of the status and updates pertaining to the Chinook salmon interim management escapement goal review process. So the JTC received an update. We spent a fair amount of our time discussing an overview of the Canadian Science Advice Pacific review process, which is the peer review process that will be used by the JTC to ensure that all of our statistical decisions regarding data treatments and model development are statistically appropriate and that the model results are scientifically defensible. And towards the end of the discussion, the JTC was provided opportunities to give direct feedback and guidance to the subcommittee members, many of whom were in attendance. Slide 13, please. So just for clarification, the Yukon River Panel at your current meeting, so today, this morning, we'll be discussing Chinook salmon biological escapement goal development process under agenda item number 6. So to best assist you in that discussion, we will provide more details about the escapement goal review status and progress next under agenda item 5A after we return from our break. So slide 14, please. Beginning the day on November 20th, we heard from our JTC annual report subcommittee. So the subcommittee is continuing to explore options to increase efficiency regarding report assembly and production. There are no substantial changes planned for the scope or context of the content of the 2020 or 2021 JTC report. So the report will look and feel much like what you've seen in recent years. There will, however, be revisions to Appendix B18, which is the Chinook Salmon Report Card. Those revisions are intended to more accurately document historical data and past performance against Yukon River Salmon Agreement objectives. Slide 15, please. We then proceeded to have a discussion about the Restoration and Enhancement Fund. The bilateral JTC held a review meeting, proposal review meeting, which occurred on November 23rd. The JTC technical review of all R&E proposals was completed and submitted to the fund administrator on December 3rd, 2020, in advance of Yukon River Panel section meetings. The JTC provided bilateral scores, rankings, and a document summarizing our technical review. For the suite of proposals submitted in 2021, the JTC did not have any recommendations for the Yukon River Panel for follow-up questions to proponents, requests for clarification, or requests for project modification. The JTC does continue to have concerns regarding the suite of restoration proposals seeking to use in-stream egg incubation methods, and our concerns are highlighted in our technical review document that was provided to the panel on December 3rd. Slide 16, please. Following the discussion of the 2021 R&E proposals, we had a breakout discussion regarding ichthyophonus and the potential for including ichthyophonus as an R&E near-term priority. In 2020, citizen science observations and volunteer reporting provided substantial evidence that the prevalence and severity of ichthyophonus was elevated compared to normal background levels. So due to the prevalence of ichthyophonus in 2020, the Yukon River Panel may want to include directed ichthyophonus research as a near-term priority in its upcoming R&E call for proposals. The JTC did discuss that if any ichthyophonus research was requested, that it should be specific, it should be directed at current knowledge gaps, it should be well coordinated, and help inform management related to Yukon River Salmon Agreement. Slide 17, please. To round out the day on November 20th, we had some additional discussion pertaining to adult salmon en route mortality. That discussion started by meeting with David Patterson, who is a fisheries biologist with Canada Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and has extensive expertise evaluating en route mortality of Fraser River, British Columbia sockeye salmon. Following that discussion with David Patterson, we recognize that given the unexplained discrepancies between Chinook salmon abundance estimated at pilot station sonar and eagle sonar, combined with increased prevalence and severity of ichthyophonus and recent year concerns for heat stress, the JTC decided to form a subcommittee to discuss all forms of natural en route and spawning ground mortality. That subcommittee is scheduled to meet over the spring, and we will have some additional conversation with the subcommittee at the JTC spring meeting, and we'll share any recommendations that may come from that subcommittee with the panel during your 2021 spring meeting. Slide 18, please. And to wrap up the day, we received a status update pertaining to the JTC draft R&E stewardship guidance document. The JTC continues to work to develop a guidance document that would benefit current and future R&E stewardship proponents and increase JTC and panel capacity to review stewardship proposals. The JTC plans to review an updated draft at our spring 2021 meeting. And once the JTC is comfortable with this draft, we will promptly share it with the panel for consideration and possible inclusion with the R&E call for proposals. Slide 19, please. And with that, Mr. Co-Chair, that concludes our fall meeting update. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liller and Mr. Smith. Just given our timing, we will take a break at this point. Unfortunately, it'll be an abbreviated break, so we will be resuming at 10:30 Alaska time, 12:30 Yukon time, with the continuation of the Joint Technical Committee presentation. So that will resume in about 8 minutes time. Thank you. Okay, as we're at half past the hour, we'll call the Yukon River Panel's bilateral meeting session to order. Immediately prior to our break, the panel received the presentation on the Joint Technical Committee's fall summary, and we're just about to transition into the Joint Technical Committee's update on the Chinook salmon escapement goal review. Perhaps as a natural break point, we might just do a quick check-in to see if at this point there are any questions from panel members on the Joint Technical Committee's fall meeting summary. And I see one question from U.S. panel member, Mr. Andy Bassage. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Tom, Alpe, can you bring up slide 15, please? If possible.
Thank you. I'll just do that now.
While he's doing that, I just have a quick comment in regards to the JTC's concerns on some of the restoration plans involving egg deposition and things like that. I just wanted to, as a U.S. delegate, offer my support to the JTC's commitment to trying to do restoration projects in a very efficient and effective manner. And that when I saw the concerns that they had with some of the projects as far as maybe not meeting some of the questions in their applications, I would just like to state that the Alaska side is very supportive of restoration projects. We've committed to them a number of years ago, and we feel like this is fundamentally a very, very important aspect of what this body of work through the R&E process is trying to do. And so we would encourage all proponents that submit restoration projects to please be very diligent in filling out the questions and providing the information that the JTC requests so that they can do a full, very accurate technical review of the projects prior to submitting to us for consideration. That's all I have on that topic, Mr. Co-Chair. So I am in support of those, but I would like to see that proponents are very detail oriented and answer the questions. The second comment that I have has to do with the ichneophonus. And I want to remind the panel that back in the mid to early 2000s, the Yukon River Panel spent quite a bit of money studying ichneophonus and working with Dr. Kosan. And we funded a tremendous amount of work and found a lot of information out about this. So I would just like to make the recommendation that the JTC review all of the work that was done back at that time frame. And if projects are proposed to be done into the future, please take that in consideration, because given our financial restraints, I don't want to see us reinvent the wheel. So I guess what I'm saying is let's utilize the information that we've already paid for and discovered as much as possible. And if we find that we need to do additional work, I'm comfortable with that. I think it's an important issue, but I don't want to reinvent the wheel if we don't need to. And that's the only comments I have. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you, Tom.
Great, thank you for that. And then I see a question from Canadian panel members, and I'm not sure if it's Carl, Al, or Roger, but go ahead.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Steve, and thank you, Tom. Steve Smith, thank you. I have three. It's three questions. three concerns anyway. On your attendance list for the Joint Technical Committee, who all sits on there, I noticed that the U.S. used to have a traditional knowledge holder on present at their delegation, but Canada, of course, has nothing yet. And I'm just wondering, just for the record, I asked the question again, what's the status? What's going to happen with having a traditional knowledge person on the Joint Technical Committee on the Canadian delegation? Steve, we don't have the numbers for the harvest, U.S. harvest yet, I don't think. I'm questioning this because on slide 7, you mentioned that everything was on the table, and I just don't understand how everything could be on the table when we still don't have the U.S. harvest numbers. In regards to the research of the Ichthyophonus, I try my best to attend all of the in-season conference calls. I do miss some toward the end, but I only heard of one incident regarding Ichthyophonus, and I never heard anything else from any other communities, and I never heard the results of anybody discarding any fish in regard to being diseased with Ichthyophonus. So I really question that if it was really there. Yeah, we did have a lot of research done in the past, and I understand that Ichthyophonus only sets in from stress that the salmon have to go through, say, warm water or high water or anything like that. So those are two of my questions anyway, and my other concern in regard to Ichthyophonus is I'm not really sure if we're there or not. Thank you.
Through the chairs, this is Zach Liller. Steve, maybe I'll go ahead and tackle the second, the two questions, and then defer to you to discuss Canadian JTC membership. So with regards to U.S. harvest numbers, those numbers were not available at the time of the JTC meeting, but they are available now and will be presented in subsequent presentations. With respect to Ichthyophonus citizen science reports, we did hear from multiple folks observations of fish infected with Ichthyophonus throughout the U.S. portion of the Yukon River drainage. The majority of those reports came from the Rampart Rapids area and involved folks with extensive experience working on many of those research projects that the R&E Fund funded in earlier years. So folks that are well aware of how to observe and report out on Ichthyophonus observations. Keeping in mind that we did not have a formal assessment project in place this year, but the range of individuals that reported out and the photos that they provided, email documentation they provided suggested that the prevalence and severity of Ichthyophonus was well above background levels for this year.
Okay, so thanks, Zach. So in terms of your question regarding traditional knowledge holder on the JTC, at least from Canadian membership side of things, I guess I'd just point out that, I mean, the JTC uses the best available information in its deliberations and contemplations and its recommendations to the Yukon River Panel. It's interesting because I did a bit of a mind map actually and how traditional knowledge may flow to the Yukon River Panel and the decisions that it makes, and there are a multitude of avenues in which that could occur for sure. And I guess the one thing that might more specifically address, and I don't know if this addresses traditional knowledge, but for sure in terms of First Nation participation in the Joint Technical Committee, Dennis Zimmerman alluded to a body that is in development right now, excuse me, that is a body that is being, at least the core elements of it are being supported by what we call the AROM program within the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. That's the Aboriginal Aquatic Resource and Oceans Management Program. That program provides capacity to First Nation groups to basically deliver on areas of interest that they may have. And it is our hope that as that body is developed and moves forward, that there will be some individuals that will be able to participate as a Canadian Joint Technical Committee member in the future. So definitely the issue or the challenges around traditional knowledge from First Nation communities is a very complex matter. There's no, in the Yukon, we have 11 Yukon River First Nations. They have a number of knowledge holders in terms of that. It would be very difficult to have 11 additional Canadian Technical Committee members in that regard. Having said that, we have the Joint Technical Committee in its development of the stewardship guidance document. We have engaged the Yukon First Nation Heritage Board with the matter of traditional knowledge. So it's something that we definitely have an interest in and are exploring ways to not necessarily, I don't want to use the word incorporate, but to handle traditional knowledge in the context of the work of the Joint Technical Committee. So some things are happening. It's definitely a challenge in terms of the fact that the Joint Technical Committee, by virtue of its work and assignments, is largely a technical body that provides recommendations to the Yukon River Panel. And so I think there are many mechanisms in which the Yukon River Panel can acquire traditional knowledge in its deliberations. So thanks for that.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go to a question from Canadian panel member Dennis Zimmerman. Go ahead.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Zach. A couple thoughts. I realized that Indigenous knowledge is tricky for the JTC to hold it of equal value and weight. There are different frameworks out there like the Two-Eyed Seeing, which are working to support this. I wonder though, just in terms of trying to present a solution, if we should start discussing a parallel table at the Yukon River Panel, essentially a TK table that is similar to the JTC and sort of can wrestle with specific questions, not everything. I mean, the JTC has a scope and work and mandate. It would give them the opportunity to kind of focus on it that way, but maybe create a parallel traditional or Indigenous knowledge table made up of people along the river, north to south. I throw that out there as a discussion. I guess the second point is we have a real disconnect between what's happening with respect to stock restoration at the ground level, at the community level. And if anything, I think the stock restoration in-stream incubation work is ramping up in the Yukon at the community level. I think that some of that is trying to take some responsibility and ownership over their own salmon because that's all they can do. And there are multiple stock restoration goals there. But I guess my point is, this information needs to get back to the proponents. And it works both ways, right? I mean, the JTC obviously has a perspective on stock restoration, and the communities and the people that are supporting stock restoration have to bridge this disconnect, because this will I think it's frustrating coming every meeting after every meeting, and on the Yukon on the community side, anyways, there's a disconnect there. I guess I also had a specific question on page 6 of the report, if you don't mind going back to it, Tom.
Thank you, Dennis. I'll bring that up now.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so I think we need a plan to bridge this issue around JTC concerns when it's being promoted and pursued at the community level in Canada. That's by largely Yukon First Nation governments. So that is that's something we just owe it to the salmon to kind of resolve, because it's a lot of noise. So my question was around the indirect evidence here. Right. Provides indirect evidence that fish may have died due to natural causes. I guess, I really do want to be, is there a chance this is undocumented harvest? I just want to throw that out there. Like, what is the potential and how are we factoring potentially undocumented harvest in this? Because I feel like pre-spawn mortality and climatic events are definitely happening. Don't want to take that away, but what is the potential for undocumented harvest on this front? And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Dennis. So before I address your specific question, I do want to make a brief comment on the disconnect with respect to stock restoration. So the technical document that the JTC provided for your all's consideration does acknowledge that there's a range of objectives that these industry mag incubation projects undertake. Stewardship components and community engagement being one that the JTC recognizes has tremendous value. With that said, there was a separate statement made in that document where the JTC wants to extend our offer to work with the panel, if you would like, to have discussions about viable ways in which we can provide technical feedback to proponents after funding decisions are made. There's broad precedent in other funds to do that type of feedback to help reinforce what is particularly strong in a proposal so that we can see those again from proponents. And in places where there's more information and more development needed, we can highlight that so that future proposals are stronger. So if that is something that the panel is interested in, the JTC acknowledged in our written document to you that we would be more than happy to have conversations about what that could look like as and when you see fit. With respect to the indirect evidence, to the statement that we quoted, everything is on the table. The accuracy of U.S. harvest absolutely needs to be part of that discussion. However, the magnitude of the harvest, unreported harvest, that it would be necessary to account for those levels of discrepancy that we've seen in 19 and 20 aren't practical. With that said, maybe I'll leave it there. I do think that the specifics of U.S. harvest, how it's estimated, concerns, et cetera, probably best addressed through the management presentations with folks that have been putting more thought into the specific nature of that possibility.
All right, thanks, Zach. Just one final comment, and then I'll definitely cease my time here. I just wanted to address, Steve Smith mentioned from DFO, the organization referred to as an AROM, the Yukon First Nation Salmon Stewardship. I am merely supporting the development of that, and I just want to be clear, I'm mindful of the audience here. There's been no commitments or discussions made. This is a First Nation-led initiative, and it's up to the First Nations to decide how they interact with the parties and everyone at the table. And as you know, traditional knowledge is tightly held and requires extensive protocol. So I just kind of wanted to clarify that there's no intention of bringing TK to the table outside of First Nation-led initiatives. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Next, we'll go to Canadian panel member Tim Gerberding. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Steve, and thank you, Steve and Zach. Dennis addressed the point I was going to address. It seems, and we were on slide 6 there, but the gap between the pilot station and what's observed at Eagle seems pretty significant. And, this whole question of indirect evidence, I think it's great to focus on en route mortality, ichthyophonus. But I think that successful management of these salmon requires reliable harvest data on both sides of the border. So I think that, when we're pointing the finger here, we can point it towards fishers in both countries. But I do think that as part of our management discussions, we need to talk about ways to perfect our harvest information. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Next to U.S. panel member Virgil Uppenhauer. Go ahead.
Thank you. I want to address the same subject that's been addressed by the last couple of speakers and also by Andy, and that is the mortality coming up the river. Stan Zaray, when the panel, once we signed the treaty and we got money, Stan Zaray had been running projects at the rapids with his fish wheel, a test fish wheel, for both the Department of Fish and Game and the United States Fish and Wildlife Service. And one of the things that we noticed really noticed it in 1999, was the ichthyophonus and the amount of ichthyophonus in some of the Chinook salmon. At the time, I was on the State Board of Fisheries, and I own a fish processing facility in Fairbanks. And I took out 29 Chinook salmon to fillet. And out of the 29, 15 of them had ichthyophonus so bad that they had to be rejected. And when I say that, I mean there were pockets all through the fillets, about the size of a pea, roughly a 1/4 inch or a little bit smaller in size, that looked just like pus. I called Louis Barton, who at the time was head research biologist out of Fairbanks for the Department of Fish and Game. He came over and took pictures and et cetera of them. And I even went so far as to take, I think, 3 of those big, nice fillets, and outside of the fish was beautiful silver bright. And I wrapped them really good, froze them, took them to a Board of Fish meeting, thawed them out in my room in the bathtub, and put them on the table for everyone to see. But anyway, I spent a lot of time with Dr. Kosan when he was doing his research here, because I shipped his samples for him. Because I stored them in my cooler and then I shipped them to the laboratory in Seattle. But I know Stan Zaray, him and I are really good buddies, and we've been involved in this fishing politics for more than 30 years together. And he told me that this year you got to fish a couple of days, that was it. But they fished a couple of days, and he had the highest incidence of ichthyophonus that he's ever seen. And he's really good at that, because Dr. Kosan spent lots of time at Stan's camp with him, and Stan is really good at identifying ichthyophonus from looking at the hearts of the fish. But anyway, I don't know if that could be the reason why we lost so many fish on the way up the river, but I strongly feel that that was one of the main issues. And I know that Dr. Kosan did swimming studies with trout, with rainbow trout that were infected with ichthyophonus and ones that weren't. And then when they're infected with ichthyophonus, they die. They get tired and die, and if you increase the water temperature just a little bit, the ichthyophonus kills them a lot faster. And so we had both issues. We had high water, and it wasn't as warm this year as the year before in '99, because we had super hot water then, but we had high water just about the whole season, which makes the fish more tired. So I think we had a really high, unusually high amount of mortality due to ichthyophonus. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. What we'll do is we'll just collect up questions from panel members and then maybe go to Steve and Zach at the end. But next question from U.S. panel member Ragnar Ahlstrom. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, I also had a question on slide 6. I think coming in from a little bit different angle. just wanted to know from Mr. Liller if, as part of their suite of things they're looking at, increasing the genetic sampling at Pilot Station, either through more composition drifts there and taking samples. I guess that might be the only way, or an increased sampling of the Chinook they look at. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that, Ragnar. And we'll go to U.S. panel member Rhonda Pitka. Go ahead.
Hi. First of all, I'd like to apologize for being late to today's meeting. I have a conflict today with the Federal Subsistence Board, and I had to call into a tribal consultation. So I'll be in and out of the meeting all week. I would like to thank Virgil for that comment on the ichthyothermus. I was going to comment on that also. We noticed it much earlier than usual this year, and also in a lot higher numbers. So it would be really interesting to see the connection between ick and low numbers, if there are any studies on that.
Great, thank you for that. And then I believe final question from Canadian panel member, I'm assuming it's Alvon Finster. Go ahead.
Can you hear me okay, Steve?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to return to the same overall subject, and that's the fact that particularly in the upper watershed, the Chinook escapement numbers as a relative proportion fell really quickly. So in the lower Pelly, they came back strong. In the lower Big Salmon River, they were down quite a bit, and by the time they got to Whitehorse, they were really low. And I guess that I'm a bit concerned that the actual stocks are going to get lost in the larger issue of fish simply perhaps not coming back. I think that right now you have the opportunity to listen to people who've been involved in the fishery for a long time. And in so saying, you're actually accessing, particularly through the more technical group, you're accessing local information as opposed to scientific technical. When the ichthyophonus showed up in the late 90s and into the early 00s, as Virgil said, the water was warm at that period. But this year, there was cold in the river. So is there a difference in the behavior of the ichthyophonus, or is there not? But it's something that you certainly have to be concerned with. And just as a final comment, and I'm sorry, I don't want to be provocative, but in a lot of ways, the agencies themselves are being judged by how well they are managing the fisheries and how well they're accounting for the numbers and opening their fisheries so the fish get over the border into Canada. And I guess from the Chinook side this year, it really didn't look very well. And speaking as an individual who's concerned with the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee with salmon in the Yukon River, Whitehorse was not a comfortable place for it to be this year when the levels of fish were just so very low. And I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. And so we'll just go to Zach and Steve, JTC co-chairs. So any comments, responses, thoughts based on the panel member questions and comments that you'd like to share at this point?
Yeah, sure. So I'll just step through them in the order that I wrote them down, and Mr. Co-chairs or Steve, if I miss anything fundamental, just as far as a question, feel free to remind me. So starting with Steve and Tim, and his comment with respect to accurate harvest in both countries. The availability of data and the accuracy and associated uncertainties is a core part of JTC interest. So with respect to US and Canadian harvest, that's primarily where our discussions are focused, is how are data collected, is it representative, what's the accuracy, what's the precision, those types of discussions, which is kind of what I'll limit my comments to. We, within the US side, for sure, we have a very comprehensive postseason harvest survey program. I have the Department of Fish and Game has substantial documentation for how that program is run and the associated accuracies and precisions. It's an exceptional program from the department's perspective. I'm happy to share that documentation if folks want. The largest uncertainty comes from apportioning that harvest to stock of origin. And the information that we have comes from harvest sampling programs. And so that is the largest source of the uncertainty in those estimates. But again, we have, and some of the information that we have comes from projects that the R&E program has funded. So we do have dozen-ish years of dedicated sampling throughout the U.S. portion to understand harvest proportions by stock and age that we can use to inform the stock-specific harvest estimates. And that historical information is subsidized by some level of annual harvest sampling programs that operate within Alaska. With respect to Ragnar's question about possibly increasing genetic sampling at Pilot Station, right now the process at that project is to sample every fish caught in the test fishery. So really the number of samples is contingent on the number of fish caught within the test fishery. The last couple of years, we have had relatively strong test fish catches, and the sample sizes available for genetic apportionment have met the standards needed by the ADF&G genetics lab, which are quite stringent. So we have a fair amount of confidence in the genetic proportions coming from the pilot station sampling program. With that said, one notable change is that the Yukon River Panel funded through the R&E fund a revision to the Chinook salmon baseline, genetic baseline, and that project has been completed, and we are beginning to use that new improved baseline within the pilot station platform. So that is a plus and a recognition to the R&E fund for very timely providing improved methods available to the agency. So thank you for that. With respect to Rhonda's question and ichthyophonus relationships to run sizes, et cetera, maybe instead of answering that directly, kind of pivot a bit. There's a wide variety of appropriate and important questions that need to be asked about all forms of inlet mortality, ichthyophonus included. And that is the reason that the JTC decided to form a subcommittee. So part of that would be to go through the literature, just like we were recommended, review what's already been done, what's been known, and develop a comprehensive list of how we know ichthyophonus behaves within the populations, where the key questions are, what types of information we already have to address those questions, and if there's any particular knowledge gaps, turn those into potential ideas that could be used to develop proposals, whether they be through the R&E fund or agency directed moving forward. So hopefully we'll have some more direction coming from that subcommittee in the next coming months. And then Al made some comments about ichthyophonus and changes in the how ichthyophonus develops within a salmon and the impacts and how that changes relative to environmental conditions. Generally speaking, to summarize, yes, a fish is infected with ichthyophonus through their diet in the ocean, at least how we believe that the transmission occurs. Infected fish, though, come back into the freshwater, and how far that infection develops towards disease and the effect that disease has on the fish is absolutely related to stressors that fish is experiencing, and environmental stressors can contribute to that. There is an ongoing effort led by U.S. Geological Survey, and it's collaborative with Fish and Wildlife Service and ADF&G to do some real focused stress work in the lower Yukon River, the Andreevsky system in particular, trying to get samples from fish entering that tributary to document all kinds of pathology questions, heat-related stress questions, and link those to environmental conditions that those fish are experiencing in real time, and then locate those fish at the end of their migration experience and see what happened to them. You know, did they spawn? Were they successful, etc. So that those kinds of ideas to get at those specific questions are in the works. We're pursuing funding opportunities right now, and we'll see where those go. If they develop, we'll certainly keep you guys in the loop.
Great, thank you for that. And I'm just cognizant of time, but U.S. panel member John Lamont, you had a brief question that hasn't yet been addressed or comment. And then unfortunately, folks, we're gonna have to move on. We're significantly behind schedule at this point. So final question to John Lamont, go ahead.
Thank you, co-chair, and thank you, Zach, and your co-partner. My question is, was there a percentage of identified ichthyophonus in those samples at pilot last year? That was my question. Thank you, Mr. Co-chair.
John, unfortunately, no. We have not had a dedicated ichthyophonus sampling program for a couple of years. And the information that we did get was primarily from the Rampart Rapids area, not Pilot Station.
Okay, thank you for that. And no doubt we will have an opportunity for further dialogue on the 2020 season when we receive the postseason U.S. and Canadian presentations. So just in light of time, our next agenda item is basically transitioning to receiving an update on the Joint Technical Committee's Chinook Salmon Escapement Goal Review, and then a panel discussion around the escapement goal review process. Recognizing that panel members have all received the presentations, I see the Joint Technical Committee presentation on this topic is approximately 10 slides, but perhaps over to Zach and Steve, the JTC co-chairs. Could you perhaps summarize the progress to date, and perhaps I think what's most relevant to the Yukon River panel is where we're at the current time. So kind of perhaps the review priorities on slide 27 and onwards. So I'll pass it over to you.
Yeah, happy to do that. Steve, would you, since this is a pivot, would you like me to go ahead and take that summary, and then we can work together?
Yeah. Thanks, Zach.
Okay. Tom, could you go to slide 22 very quickly? So just to summarize the JTC process and timeline, this is a table that has been presented to the panel a couple of times that lists the range of activities, starting with the initial decision to form a subcommittee and ending with the JTC providing recommendations to the Yukon River Panel in spring of 2022. So just to recap, we formed the subcommittee in spring of 2019. We've been clicking through the major activities. We are currently right now straddling the activities that were planned for winter of 2020 and spring of 2021. Much of our focus at this point has been on finalizing data reviews, drafting data reports, developing models, and planning for peer review activities. But the take home for the panel and the public at this time is that we are currently on track to complete our review and prepare recommendations for the panel in the spring of 2022. So with that, perhaps we can move to, it would be, one second, guys. Slide 27, please, Tom. So the current priorities of the JTC subcommittee has been to complete data reviews, develop statistical models, such that we can estimate the abundance-based reference points useful for informing escapement goals, and then taking those products and submitting them through a rigorous peer review process to ensure that any results that come out of our work meet acceptable scientific and statistical standards. This is a critical step. It's to ensure that panel members have confidence in the base level information that you would then use to have deliberations and discussions and make decisions and recommendations regarding escapement goals. Please know that additional topics will be addressed by the subcommittee and the JTC as time and capacity allows. Specifically, these include evaluating impacts of changing escapement quality and implications for escapement goal setting, as well as further developing the model to allow for forward simulation analyses, which are essentially what-if games. You can, through models, you can ask questions of different management strategies or different assessment strategies to explore trade-offs. So those are our current and future priorities. And then maybe we can end, Tom, with slide 28, please.
I apologize, Zach, which slide was that?
28. Excellent. So as you guys move forward in your discussions, we felt that it was prudent to discuss balancing expectations. So the JTC plans to provide model results and recommendations after all technical work and peer reviews are completed. So currently we have that scheduled for spring of 2022. Outside of these public session updates to the Yukon River Panel, there's currently no mechanism for the JTC to engage with stakeholders about Yukon River Salmon Agreement escapement goals. Therefore, the JTC is looking to the panel to incorporate stakeholder input into your process as and when you see appropriate. The JTC is available to assist the panel as you consider process options for receiving JTC advice and subsequently establishing an escapement goal. In preparation of our advice, the JTC will endeavor to address your interests and concerns as we understand them and giving our capacity limitations. Thank you all very much.
Thank you for that update. And it's a good transition slide, if you will, to our next discussion point, which is the panel's opportunity for discussion around the escapement goal development process. And so we've received a brief update here on the technical and scientific work that the Yukon River Panel's Joint Technical Committee has undertaken as part of the Chinook salmon escapement goal review process. And as the Joint Technical Committee has pointed out, their process currently is focused on the technical and scientific components. I expect that there will be further updates provided on the technical and scientific review to the Yukon River Panel at its 2021 preseason meeting, and perhaps some additional information on the details of the modeling and models that are being developed. But importantly, I think the element that's raised here is other considerations and other opportunities for input into the Yukon River Panel's consideration and ultimately recommendation around an updated escapement goal. So perhaps I'll look to Mr. Co-Chair. Did you want to perhaps say a few things about the process, the Yukon River Panel process, or some of the thinking with regards to moving forward with the panel's review of the escapement goal for Chinook salmon?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So maybe a very brief summary of some of the efforts that the panel has made to address this topic and act in preparation for the completion of the JTC's review and recommendation process. We initially had planned an additional day to our April 2020 meeting agenda to have a workshop associated with the escapement goal development topic. Subsequently, both sections had bilateral agreement to try and reschedule with the cancellation of that April meeting to try and reschedule that same workshop, perhaps sometime in the fall of 2020. Ongoing concerns and restrictions associated with COVID and the pandemic prevented that from occurring again. And now we find ourselves in January of 2021 and still concerns for the ability to meet, at least in person, and how effective a virtual workshop may be. We are becoming more delayed in the context of the panel being able to take decisive action in preparation for the completion of the JTC's process. For the US section's part, we did have some good discussion and conversation about this in our recent meetings. Putting it into a very simplistic terms, so bear that in mind, is the way that we framed the question as a US section is, do we want to try and have some activity of the panel in parallel with the ongoing work that the JTC is doing in preparation for the completion of their process and final results and recommendations presented to the panel in spring of 2022? Or would we prefer to wait until the JTC has completed its process at that time, again, next spring of 2022, and then the panel would take up its process to proceed with how they are going to accommodate and any action that would be taken by the panel bilaterally based on the result of the JTC's process. The general sentiment of the US section was a preference to wait until the JTC has completed its process. Certainly, section members could feel free to briefly, in the recognition of our time and being a little bit behind here, can speak to their rationale and purpose behind that preference. I think in general it'd be important for our members to have additional context on the results from the JTC. I can understand that it's somewhat difficult to try and tackle this topic in the absence of any specific results and details from the ongoing work of the JTC. And so that would provide value to the panel's process in next steps and making final decisions based on those JTC recommendations. So that's my update in summary for now, Mr. Chair. In recognition of the being behind on schedule here, I know we want to be conscientious about taking up too much time with Q&A, but I don't want to lose the opportunity for US or Canadian members to weigh in and comment. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I think that that's certainly helpful for panel members to consider from a process perspective, and I would say appreciate the US section sharing their perspectives around timing for potential engagement of other information or other submissions to inform the panel's consideration and thinking with regards to the escapement goal review. I think for the Canadian section, and just in light of efficiency, it would probably be most effective for our delegation to take that information away, and perhaps the co-chairs can follow up following this meeting in order to plan the best path forward for the April 2021 preseason meeting. Again, there may be an opportunity to hold some dedicated time in our agenda at that session to discuss the escapement goal review in a more fulsome manner, specifically with regards to process. But certainly appreciate the updates and the US delegation's thinking on process at this point. So, with that, maybe I'll just check in briefly if there's any pressing or urgent questions from panel members before we go to the postseason Chinook presentations. I see one question from Canadian panel member Tim Gerberding. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess, thank you for that. I may be swimming against the stream here with this line of questioning. I mean, Mr. Gotch just suggests that this should be taken away perhaps to be addressed in the spring. But, I think that, we've had a good description of the process, and we acknowledge that this is a very complicated subject. But it seems to me that there is some discussion of substance to be had. So when I look at slide 22 in the Gantt chart, we note that this started in the spring of 2019, and we're thinking that in the spring of 2022, which is, of course, 3 years later, the JTC will make a recommendation to the Yukon River Panel, and then perhaps somewhat optimistically, the panel may implement that escapement goal, 3 months later. Now that seems pretty optimistic, but I can certainly understand that there's a lot of technical information that's required. But it also seems to me that when you're constructing a model like this, that there are certain components of the model that might be somewhat common to just about any different salmon spawning stream. I mean, we sometimes talk about quality versus quantity. Of course, the escapement goal in the agreement right now is strictly based on quantity. And I think we all recognize that's flawed. So we need to come up with ways to measure quality. And, we talk about sex ratio, size, numbers of eggs, and all of that sort of stuff. But I guess that what I would appreciate, from the JTC here is a little bit of discussion, at least, on the specific components that are going into the model to address quality. And I mean, it seems to me, and maybe we're more accustomed to this in the Yukon than in, or in Canada, I could say, than in the States, but I'm on the salmon subcommittee. We're an advisory body. Many First Nation representatives are present here. There are certain requirements in Canada for consultation with First Nations. And it just seems to me that this process, as it's laid out here, is not really providing much of an opportunity for panel input or public input. And I mean, this escapement goal is absolutely fundamental to the successful functioning of the agreement, and quite frankly, the success of salmon as a species. And I'm just a little bit frustrated that we're not having a discussion that focuses at least a little bit here on substance as opposed to process. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Tim, and certainly don't disagree, and I'll reiterate my comments to Mr. Liller and Mr. Smith with regards to the Yukon River Panel's April 2021 preseason meeting, that the expectation would be for the Joint Technical Committee to provide a more detailed presentation around some of the modeling work, as you've described, Tim, as well as other, we'll call it inputs and considerations into the technical and scientific modeling that's occurring at this point in time. So suffice to say, the expectation is that the panel will receive a more detailed presentation on the scientific and technical analysis that's occurring, and in particular the modeling at its spring 2021 meeting, and then also discuss process as far as other types of inputs and feedback into the panel's consideration of the escapement goal review. U.S. panel member Ragnar Ahlstrom, question, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I agree 100% with my Canadian counterparts words just now. This agenda item, we need to discuss it fully, and not 3 meetings out from now. We need to devote some time to this, and I have a lot of questions. We can't have this agenda item time constrained. We need to feel comfortable, 3 meetings out from now, in either putting this forward as the escapement goal or not. But if we don't understand it, that it's going to be delayed, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ragnar, and certainly from both co-chairs' perspective, we do recognize that, and certainly did have intentions of having much more extensive dialogue for the panel members in advance of this meeting. And the commitment is still there to provide for that. And again, as I say, looking forward to April 2021. We hear panel members loud and clear that you would like to see some dedicated time on the preseason meeting agenda with, we'll call it, limited constraints, so to speak, to provide for a fulsome exchange of information and discussion on the escapement goal review. So thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Go ahead.
So I would also like to add that in preparation for that expectation of additional detailed information from the JTC, that between now and then, if the intent is to focus on the April 2021 meeting and perhaps dedicating some adequate agenda time to that specific purpose in April, this coming April, that we have quite a bit of communication and reach out to our section members in both Alaska and Yukon territory to get as much feedback as possible on what they are seeking from the JTC, so that we can give adequate time for the JTC to have an understanding and provide the information that they are seeking, some of which was presented today in the way of Q&A, but it's very limited time. But I want to make sure that the JTC has adequate time to incorporate and see what they can do and give feedback and address exactly what level of detail can be provided by April. I want to be very conscientious about the fact that the JTC's process is ongoing. There is not much in the way of results that could be presented by April. If anything, providing a little bit more detail of the kind of technical modeling and considerations that are being taken into account is certainly something that can be presented. So just want to be very clear on providing good guidance and instruction to the JTC on panel's expectations for April. Thank you.
Great. So we'll definitely capture that as an action item for the co-chairs to work with respective delegations to provide feedback to the Joint Technical Committee on the Joint Technical Committee's April 2021 more detailed presentation on the Chinook salmon escapement goal review. So thank you for that. So with that, we will move on to agenda item number, where are we at here? Excuse me. Agenda item number 7, and that is our review of the 2020 Yukon River Panel management recommendations. And if I could ask Tom to bring those up on the screen for us. I think just to provide context and confirmation, in 2020, the Yukon River Panel provided 4 recommendations to the management entities. I won't read them off individually, but you will have seen them in the joint statement that was issued by the Yukon River Panel in April of 2020. They've been distributed to panel members and they're visible on screen. And so for panel members' reference, the expectation is that these management recommendations would be considered by you as you receive the post-season reports from both Canadian and U.S. agencies on what fishery management measures were implemented during the 2020 season and what effect those measures had on the outcomes that were observed. So that's the contextual start of the post-season review. We will then now move into the U.S. 2020 Yukon River Chinook salmon season summary. And this will be presented by Deena Jallen and Fred West from the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. So we'll pass the microphone over to the both of you, and welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can, yes, thank you.
All right, thanks. So yeah, good morning. This is the summary of the 2020 season. I'm Deena Jallen. I'm currently the acting summer season management biologist for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. I'll be giving the entire presentation, but with me online to help address questions is Fred West. He's the summer season research biologist for ADF&G. And I'd also like to acknowledge the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service fisheries management team that we work with all season. And we look forward to working with Holly Carroll in her new role as a federal Yukon River subsistence fishery manager. Next slide, please. Okay. So this slide 2 contains our pre-season outlooks. Our outlooks for 2020 were slightly smaller than we had in 2019, and they were for Canadian origin Chinook salmon between 59,000 to 90,000 fish, and drainage-wide Chinook salmon between 144,000 to 220,000 fish. And so these outlooks, with conservative management, we expected these run sizes to be sufficient to provide for escapement and with some surplus for subsistence. And then also during the summer season, we have summer chum salmon, and our outlook was for a run of 1.9 million fish with up to 1.1 million commercial surplus, which would be sufficient to provide for escapement, subsistence, and commercial harvest. However, we always need to balance our harvest opportunities for summer chum salmon with the overlapping Chinook salmon run. Next slide, please. So slide 3, we just went over the panel recommendations. They're kind of briefly summarized here. We endeavored to achieve the escapement of Canadian origin Chinook salmon within the IMEG range. Pre-season, our strategy was to limit use of gill nets to 6-inch or smaller mesh upstream of the Tanana River. And in season to consider impacts from extreme environmental conditions on management measures and harvest opportunities. And then the fourth management recommendation was relating to projects that operated, and we did have our main projects operate in 2020. The forecasts and the strategy were discussed at the pre-season teleconference and were summarized and mailed to households in our Outlook flyer. And at the season start, so as soon as ice goes out, fishing was open with 7.5-inch mesh. And then early season, as soon as fish started to enter the river, which was prior to the first pulse, gill nets were restricted to 6-inch or smaller mesh throughout the districts, and fishing was on half of the regulatory schedule for each district. Next slide, please.
Hi, Deena. Just a quick reminder, can you let folks know the slide number that you're on for those that are listening on the telephone? Thank you.
I'll do that. Thank you. Yep, so slide 4 is a map showing the Yukon area with assessment project locations marked. So in the lower Yukon, marked by the yellow and red circle, we had the lower Yukon test fishery, and these operations were modified in 2020 and included not operating the middlemouth sites and test fishing with local crews from YDFDA that were coordinated remotely. In District 2, up at the green circle, we had pilot station sonar, which operated pretty much normally so that we could manage in season as usual, seeing fish as they entered the river and then past pilot station sonar moving upriver. The red X's represent projects that did not operate due to COVID-19 or funding issues this year. And then up in the Tanana River, we had the Chena Tower and sonar projects that were operated only part of the season due to high water and flooding in those locations. And then up near the border, we had the Eagle sonar, which operated all season. And then not shown on the map are all the locations where we did aerial surveys this year. And then also not shown are the communities that were contacted during the postseason subsistence salmon harvest survey. Next slide, please. So slide 5 shows our in-season assessment at pilot station sonar of Chinook salmon as of June 21st. The lines on this chart are cumulative counts of Chinook salmon at the project. 2020 is shown in the red line with white circles, and then the recent 5 years cumulative passage are shown in the black and gray lines. So as you can see at this time, by June 21st, we had low abundance and late entry of Chinook salmon, and our in-season projections were showing a late or weak run with no harvestable surplus. So we closed fishing with gill nets throughout all the districts, including closures of 4-inch or smaller mesh. And we did open some selective gear openings in the lower Yukon for summer chum salmon only, and all Chinook salmon needed to be released alive. Next slide, please. So slide 6 is another way of looking at our assessment, and this shows the daily counts at pilot station sonar. So you can see the bars represent numbers of Chinook salmon counted daily at pilot station sonar as you go through the season. And we use the daily passage of Chinook salmon going past pilot to help us identify pulses. We're really looking for an upturn in numbers to indicate that the first pulse is coming in. The first pulse is indicated by the black bars on the chart. And we didn't see pulse 1 until June 23rd, which is later than average. And this late arrival of the first pulse kind of meant that the fish arrived compressed and all at once. Pulse 2, the striped red and white bars, and the other pulses of Chinook salmon arrived pretty much back to back after that point. Our passage counts at the midpoint for a late run indicated that the run was within the forecast range. And these projections indicated that the run could meet escapement goals and support limited harvest. So in early July, we returned from fishing open on half the regulatory schedule with 6-inch mesh throughout the districts. Next slide, please. So slide 7 outlines the Canadian origin Chinook salmon in-season estimated allowable catch. So based on the genetic proportions and mid-season estimate at the pilot station sonar, we were looking at 77,000 Canadian origin Chinook salmon coming upriver. The escapement goal for the IMEG is 42,500 to 55,000. So that would give us a total allowable catch above that IMEG of between 22,000 to 34,500 fish, with a Canadian allowable catch of 23% of the harvest share, between 5,100 to 7,900 fish, and a US allowable catch, 77% of the harvest share, between 16,900 to 26,600 fish. And then below the table are the recent US Canadian origin Chinook salmon harvests from the last 3 years. And so our 2020 allowable catch looks pretty similar to the last 3 years. And then in season, we projected a harvest of up to 19,000 Canadian origin Chinook salmon based on this in-season estimate, or this mid-season estimate. And of course, all these numbers on the slide are rounded. Next slide, please. So slide 8, this shows the assessment at pilot station sonar of all stocks of Chinook salmon. So this is the season total. Again, the lines on the chart, 2020 is represented in the red line with the white circles, and then the most recent 5 years are in the black and gray solid and dashed lines otherwise shown. The final count of Chinook salmon at pilot station sonar was over 162,000 fish, with a confidence interval of plus or minus 19,000 fish. And this was within the range of the preseason forecast. So at this point, late July, we allowed some fishing opportunity as the run was moving upriver. Fishing was still restricted to half the regulatory schedule with 6-inch mesh. We did open up some 7.5-inch openings in the lower Yukon once the run was predominantly past those districts. And so overall, the run was late in 2020, but ended up similar in size to 2018 in terms of overall passage. Next slide, please. So slide 9, I'll just kind of touch on summer chum salmon. So they come in near the same time as Chinook salmon. It's kind of the other half of our summer management activities that go on. So as of June 29th, in this chart, you can see 2020 line for Chinook salmon is represented in the green line with white circles. And the 2020 counts were tracking very closely to 2019. So we saw a very low abundance and late entry of summer chum salmon in 2020. Very similar to 2019. And so this low abundance of chum compared to Chinook is not what we usually see. We typically see 10 times more chum than Chinook salmon present as they come in the river. Next slide, please. So slide 10 shows the pilot station sonar summer chum salmon end of season totals. Our season total count was around 693,000 fish with a confidence interval of plus or minus 37,000 fish. And this cumulative passage shown in the green line with the white circles for 2020 ended up being lower than our counts for 2019. So while they started off tracking very similarly, 2020 didn't pick up to the same amount of fish as we saw the year before. And it's also lower than the recent 5-year average counts at pilot station. This is a conservative estimate for summer chum salmon. It doesn't include the passage of late summer chum that continue to arrive into the start of the fall season. Next slide, please. So slide 11 is just a brief overview of the commercial fisheries in the Yukon area, which this year consisted only of summer chum salmon. The start of the commercial fishery was delayed due to the late run arrival, and commercial fishing for summer chum salmon started with selective gear types only to reduce incidental harvest of Chinook salmon. So that means fishing commercially was open with dip nets and beach seines only. And we ended up with only 6 openings announced in District 1 and 2 of the Lower Yukon area. And the last period was canceled by the buyer due to low run abundance and low harvests. The total commercial harvest was around 14,000 summer chum salmon. This is well below the recent 10-year average of 388,000 fish harvested in the Lower Yukon area. And this represents a significant economic loss to communities. During the commercial fishery, no sale of Chinook salmon was allowed. During the few gillnet openings that we have, 362 Chinook salmon were incidentally harvested and retained. And this is significantly less than the recent 10-year average of approximately 4,000 Chinook salmon incidentally harvested and retained from commercial fisheries. And there were no other commercial periods in the rest of the Yukon area. Next slide, please. So slide 12, just kind of walk through our management tools and the timing when we use them. So at the start of the season, our management really focuses on the Lower Yukon test fishery and pilot station sonar projects as the drainage-wide run enters the river and moves through the Lower Yukon area. So this year, the late arrival of the first pulse of the Chinook salmon run at the LYTF and pilot station sonar projects triggered closures throughout the river for all gillnets, including 4-inch mesh. Then right after that, the Chinook salmon pulses arrived one after the other, and fishing was reopened, but still restricted to half the regulatory schedule and 6-inch mesh. So in late July, our management then focuses on the Canadian origin run as it passes beyond the Lower Yukon area districts. And then we start using passage and projection information from the Eagle sonar project for management of the Canadian origin run as it nears the border. Next slide, please. So slide 13 shows our assessment of Chinook salmon at the Eagle Sonar Project through July 28th. And again, 2020 is shown in the red line with the white circles, and the recent 5 years are in the black and gray lines. So at this point, by the end of July, the Chinook salmon run was 98% complete at pilot station sonar, and we estimated 77,000 Canadian origin Chinook salmon. Eagle sonar at this point, on July 28th, we only had a cumulative count of 16,000 fish. And this is around the midpoint of the run for late years. And so at this point, we projected that we were not going to meet the border passage goal, and we closed fishing in District 5 for all gillnets, including 4-inch or smaller mesh. And this represents a hardship for fishermen that were trying to catch fish both for themselves and also non-salmon fish, particularly for their families and for their dogs in that area. Next slide, please. So slide 14, we're just kind of move out of in-season assessment and onto post-season run assessment. So next slide, please. All right. So slide 15 shows our summer chum salmon drainage-wide run size. So this is all the summer chum that we ended up with in 2020. So in this bar chart, the dark green lines are assumed escapement, and the green hashed bars are harvest. And then the solid black line is the lower bound of the drainage-wide escapement goal, and the dashed black line is the upper drainage-wide escapement goal for summer chum salmon. So the 2020 drainage-wide run size was approximately 760,000 fish, and this is well below the recent 10-year average of 2.5 million fish, but was within the range of the drainage-wide goal. And so bars in this chart represent harvest, East Fork Andreevsky counts. And as you can see, the harvest portion in this bar, the green and white dashed hash portion, is significantly smaller than it has been in recent years. The run size in 2020 is likely slightly larger than shown. We used information from aerial survey counts from the East Fork Andreevsky instead of weir counts because there was no weir project this year. But it's still definitely below the recent 10-year average. Next slide, please. So slide 16 just kind of summarizes our summer chum salmon escapement for 2020. We were within the drainage-wide goal of between 500,000 to 1.2 million fish. And then all the other counts that we had were from aerial surveys, and those counts were below the medians for those projects. The Chino River Tower, we only counted 155 summer chum. However, this project largely stopped operating before most of the summer chum salmon had reached that area. And our escapement goals, normally we have escapement goals for summer chum salmon assessed by the East Fork Andreevsky Weir and Andrick River sonar, but those projects did not operate due to COVID-19 this year. Next slide, please. So slide 17 is pretty much the same table, but for Chinook salmon. Showing the project, the current goal, the average counts, and then the 2020 estimate in the final far right column. All spawning escapement estimates were below their goals in 2020. And then East Fork, Andrieski, Gasasa, and Henshaw are normally assessed by weirs, and those projects did not operate due to COVID-19. And then again, also the Chino River Tower, the counts were incomplete. The project operated for about 17 days. It was very much affected by high water and flooding in that area. Next slide, please. So slide 18, looking back down at pilot station sonar, this chart is the Chinook salmon age and sex composition assessed at pilot station sonar. So the recent 10-year average values are in the blue hashed bars, and then the 2020 percentages are in the solid red bars, and then percent females is in the hashed and dotted bars from 2020 over on the far right. So in 2020, we had more 6- and 7-year-olds than average. These are for the recent 10-year averages. We had 4.1% of the run made up, or 4.1% of the sampled fish were 7 years old compared to the average of 1.6%. And then 40.7% were 6-year-old compared to the average of 34.9%. We also had more females than average with 53.3% in 2020 compared to 41.3% in the recent average. So this indicated that we had a good number of females coming up the river. And then also that we had decent percentages of older 6- and 7-year-old fish coming upriver as assessed at pilot station sonar. Next slide, please. So slide 19 shows the Chinook salmon passage at Eagle sonar from 2020 in the hashed red and white bar, and then previous years in the solid red bars. So as you can see, the 2020 season total count was of 33,550 fish, which is below the recent 5- and 10-year averages and below the recent years shown there. And it's important to note that this is not the actual border passage. There were some fish harvested upriver between the sonar and the border. Next slide, please. So slide 20 is the Chinook salmon age and sex composition at the Eagle sonar. And again, the blue hashed bars are the recent 10-year average. The red bars are from 2020. Percent females is over on the very far right. So at Eagle sonar, we also saw more 6-year-olds than average with 52.9% compared to 47.7% on average. The age 7 fish was pretty close to average, 3.3 compared to 3.1%. And we did see more females than average at the Eagle sonar project with 54.3% females compared to the average of 44.0% females. So the quality of escapement at Eagle looked good. And we also had a similar percent females observed between the pilot and the Eagle sonar projects. Next slide, please. So slide 21 is the preliminary Chinook salmon subsistence harvest, and this represents the harvest of all stocks, Canadian and other stocks. As you can see, 2020 is in the red and white hashed bars. The recent 10 years are in the solid red bars. The 10-year average that is in the dashed black line, and the recent 5-year average is the solid black line. And those averages are pretty similar. And 2020 was below average and also below the 2019 harvest and below the 2018 harvest. And so the U.S. Total harvest of all stocks was 22,688 Chinook salmon. And this does not include personal use harvest from District Y6, which is in the Tanana River. It was a small number of fish. But this, what this red and white hash bar does represent, and I'll go into a little bit of detail about harvest here. This does represent the community subsistence estimates, salmon retained from commercial fisheries, test fish distributions, and harvest reported on permits. Areas with permits include the Tanana River and sections of the Yukon River near the Yukon River Bridge, and extending in the upper Yukon from below Circle up to the border. The subsistence survey estimate piece of this harvest represents about 19,000 fish with a confidence interval of plus or minus 4,700 fish. This confidence interval is a bit wider than the confidence interval of about 3,000 in recent years. And as I mentioned before, the surveys for the postseason surveys are done in communities throughout the drainage. And normally that's done by surveyors going community to community, door to door, and talking with people in that household about their fishing harvest. Of course, in this year, we weren't able to do that. Surveys were conducted by phone. We also send out subsistence harvest calendars to households, and people, fishermen can also fill out those calendars throughout the year and mail them back to us at the end of the season. And those calendars help to augment the surveys and help to get pretty detailed information of harvest that takes place throughout the season. The survey also addresses not only Chinook salmon, but all other species of salmon and non-salmon species that are harvested in those communities throughout the year. As I mentioned before, the harvest in 2020 was below the recent 5- and 10-year averages, and harvest did vary throughout the drainage. Some districts and communities had estimates that were above or below their recent averages. They did better or worse than they have in previous years. And a lot of that was due to environmental conditions. We heard from a lot of fishermen that fishing conditions were very hard this year due to high water, and also there not being high abundance of fish. And there were also restricted fishing opportunities, particularly in District 5D, where fishing was closed for a lot of the season. So moving on to slide 22. So slide 22 walks through the genetic proportions of Alaskan Chinook salmon harvest. So the first column is the district, and then the second column is their harvest of all stocks of Chinook salmon, so for a total of around 22,800 fish. The percent Canadian origin is in the third column. And long-term averages were used to assign the percent of Canadian origin, because only District Y1 and LITF were sampled, harvests were sampled in 2020. So this is using recent years' percentage of Canadian origin applied to the drainage-wide harvest to get to the estimated Canadian origin harvest, which is in the far right column. And so our total Canadian origin harvest estimated was around 12,200 with a confidence interval of plus or minus 3,300. As a note, this is less than the preseason projected harvest that we estimated of 19,000 Canadian origin Chinook. So we took fewer Canadian origin Chinook salmon were harvested than were originally projected. Next slide, please. So slide 23, let's talk a little bit about assessment of Chinook salmon at the Eagle sonar as we go on to the end of the season. So we get the counts from Eagle sonar, we subtract the harvest between Eagle sonar and the border, and that's what gets us to the border passage. Our Eagle sonar total season count was 33,550 Chinook salmon. And the confidence interval for this project is plus or minus 360 fish. You may note that it's a much tighter confidence interval than what we see at Pilot Station sonar, which counts all salmon species moving by. At the Eagle sonar, it's pretty much just Chinook salmon that are passing by the sonar. The harvest between the sonar and the border consisted of 220 Chinook salmon, which gave us a final border passage estimate of 33,330 fish, which of course does not meet the lower end of the IMEG of 42,500 fish. Next slide, please. So slide 24 walks through the total Canadian origin Chinook salmon run. Gray bars represent the spawning escapement. Those are at the bottom of each stacked bar. The blue portion of the bar on top of that is US harvest, and the orange portion is Canadian harvest. The blue portion of US harvest does include Chinook salmon that were harvested commercially. However, there has been no directed Chinook salmon commercial harvest since 2010. So 2010 onward is only subsistence harvest of Chinook salmon. The historical average between 1987 and 97 is shown in the black bar, and then the recent 5-year average of 82,000 fish is shown in the dashed black bar. So the total, and at the top of the chart is the formula that we use to get the total Canadian origin run, and that takes into account the Alaskan harvest of Canadian origin Chinook salmon, Canadian harvest, and escapement totals for a total Canadian origin run of 45,501 fish. And this is below the recent 5-year average and the historic averages. Next slide, please. Slide 25, kind of diving a little bit more into what's been touched on in previous presentations about the Canadian origin run difference between Pilot, Station, and Eagle. And so these numbers are rounded. You may notice they've got confidence intervals that are pretty wide in some cases. So this is just kind of a broad overview of this difference that we saw between the projects. and I'll mostly be focusing on the point estimate column, which is in white in the center of the chart. So to start out with, we had a Canadian origin Chinook salmon in-season estimate at pilot station sonar of 77,000 Canadian origin Chinook salmon. And then our estimated harvest ends up being about 12,200. And this number is a little bit high because it also includes harvest below the sonar. So this number should be a little bit less. It is also less than what we projected in season. So the fish expected at the border, so out of the point estimate of 77,000, we expected to see over 60,000 fish, Canadian origin Chinook salmon at the border. Our Eagle sonar count of Chinook salmon ended up being closer to 33,000. So we ended up with a difference of over 30,000 fish between what we estimated in season and then kind of what we saw post season. And so even if you look at even if we had the lower confidence interval of Chinook salmon at pilot station of 64,000, we would have expected to see over 55,000 at the border. So this is a really big difference, and we're really focusing on understanding why we're seeing these differences between this in-season and post-season run size, and how we can manage the run given this kind of uncertainty. And also to touch on some of the topics that were brought up before, we've heard a lot of discussion about unreported harvest. A few things to keep in mind is that in 2020, enforcement was pretty active on the river, and few citations were issued for illegal fishing, either fishing during closed periods or with oversized nets. And something that we heard a lot mentioned on the teleconferences and also in the postseason meetings is that harvest conditions were poor and that there was very high water during a lot of the season. Fishermen reported having a hard time during openings, either missing fish or fishing being closed when fish were moving by, or not doing well during the openings that were available. And that's reflected in our overall subsistence harvest estimate of 22,000, which is very low. It's lower than what we saw in 2018 with a similar run size. It's well below average. It's well below the amount that we usually take for subsistence in the Alaska portion. And so a difference of this size really can't be accounted for entirely by unreported harvests. And keep in mind, this is just the discrepancy in Canadian origin fish. For all the missing fish to be taken up by harvest, that would be a much higher harvest number because people wouldn't only be, unreportedly harvesting Canadian origin fish. So unreported harvest may be a portion of this, but it would be a small portion of this difference between the projects that we saw in this year. And next slide, please. So some of the other topics that we've been looking at on slide 26 here in regard to this difference. We know that the sonar counts are the best that they can be, but there are errors associated with these estimates. The apportionment projects have been refined continuously at the projects. Pilot station sonar has over and underestimated the run in the past. However, there's no consistent bias either way to be corrected for. And there were no indications of technical issues or problems with test fishing in 2020. The crew was on site all year round, or during the operations of the project. Reports looked good. That we looked at the data and stuff in season, and the project looked like it was operating well. Fishermen reports also help confirm these low estimate abundance, or these estimates and reports of low abundance. Fishermen reported going out to the usual spawning areas later in the season and seeing that spawning areas were empty when there would normally be fish spawning there, and also reported very difficult fishings during the season. So even when fishing was open, fishermen reported having a hard time catching fish, and this also kind of helps support the low harvest estimates that we did see postseason. So the fishing opportunity that was provided was often very difficult for people. Fishermen also reported environmental conditions that could impact mortality and spawning success, and these include high water and ichthyophonus. We've heard ichthyophonus touched on before. And ADF&G is working with partners on future plans to help explore potential mortality causes and increase sampling, in particular temperature monitoring. We were very concerned about high hot water temperatures last year. That wasn't an issue in 2020. So we weren't as concerned about heat stress this year. Next slide, please. So slide 27, I want to shout out to Holly Carroll for helping to summarize some of the upcoming research that I'll go over on these last two slides. In her new position with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Holly's going to be helping to collaborate research along with Randy Brown and other U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and other agency staff. So some of the areas that they're focusing on are looking at the discrepancy between in-season estimates of Canadian origin run size at Pilot Station, bring post-season estimates of run sizes, and some of the potential factors that could be causing en route mortality of salmon, including from ichthyophonus, environmental factors, and handling effects such as dropouts from nets. And also kind of looking at summarizing current data and past studies to prioritize and propose any necessary research in those areas that can help improve our assessment and management. I will be coordinating with experts on these topics, with experts from Fish and Game, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, NOAA, tribes throughout the Alaska portion, DFO, JTC, et cetera, to help make collaborative, well-reviewed products such as published papers, presentations, and project proposals. Next slide, please. So slide 28, some of the upcoming research to address in-river management and uncertainty includes expanded ichthyophonus sampling, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife assisting the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission with a feasibility study designed for a mid-river sonar, pre-spawning mortality study on the East Fork Andrieski River Weir along with USGS, and also expanded water temperature monitoring in the Yukon River area and in the Kayakuk River drainages. Next and final slide, please. All right, so slide 29, just acknowledgements and our summer season team contacts down at the bottom. And are there any questions?
Thank you, Dina. So we find ourselves at noon Alaska time, 2 o'clock Yukon time. So we will break in the bilateral sessions for 1 hour. We will be resuming at 1 o'clock Alaska time, 3 o'clock Yukon time. And just to put a placeholder for panel members, our schedule is to receive the Canadian Chinook salmon presentation, the 2020 season summary, and then allow time for panel member questions on both the U.S. and Canadian presentations. We anticipate where we're at on our agenda that we should have at least 45 minutes to an hour for panel member questions on both presentations. So with that, we will reconvene in 1 hour. Thank you. Welcome to everyone to the afternoon Yukon River Panel bilateral meeting session on day 1. It is 3 o'clock Yukon time, 1 o'clock Alaska time. And we will start off by doing a quick check-in on our agenda. Currently, we are on schedule. Prior to the 1 hour break, we received a presentation from Deena Jallen from Alaska Department of Fish and Game on the 2020 Yukon River Chinook salmon season summary, the U.S. presentation. And our next scheduled presentation will be the Canadian 2020 Yukon River Chinook salmon season summary and environmental conditions report. We have 2 hours set aside for this afternoon session. 30 minutes at the end of the day has been reserved for public testimony. As of right now, we don't have any participants registered who would like to provide public testimony this afternoon. So if we don't have any registrants for that session, then that frees up additional time for Yukon River Panel member discussion. I would like to check in with you, Mr. Co-Chair, just on the flow of the agenda. Currently, we have structured our agenda to provide panel members with the opportunity for questions on the 2020 Yukon River Chinook salmon season summary following the Canadian presentation, and that would be questions on both the U.S. and Canadian presentations. Do you still wish to proceed in that manner?
Yes, Mr. Co-Chair, I think that that's the best way to proceed. Recognizing that some members may need a refresher, I guess, from the presentation, the Alaskan presentation from this morning. And hopefully they took some notes on specific slides or any specific points that they would like to have addressed. Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you very much for that confirmation. And anything else before we move into item number 9 on our agenda, which is the Canadian Chinook Salmon Season Summary presentation? Mr. Co-Chair, you're satisfied with the agenda for the remainder of the day?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm satisfied, and we can proceed with the next presentation.
Okay, thank you for that. So with that, I would like to invite Mr. Oliver Barker and Ms. Jesse Trerice from Fisheries and Oceans Canada, who will be leading off on this afternoon's presentation.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Yukon River Panel co-chairs, panel members, and alternates and advisors. If somebody could just please confirm that you can hear me loud and clear.
Hear you well, Jesse.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jesse Trerice, and I am the Yukon River Fishery Manager with Fisheries and Oceans Canada, based here in Whitehorse, Yukon. Together with my colleague, Oliver Barker, who is the Senior Biologist for Yukon River Operations, we will be providing the Canadian post-season review of Yukon River Canadian origin Chinook salmon for the 2020 season. And just for the benefit of the public and any of those who may be observing or listening from home and recognizing how frequently acronym heavy these presentations can be, please note that DFO is synonymous with Fisheries and Oceans Canada. So when you hear us speak about DFO, rest assured it's Fisheries and Oceans Canada. Thank you. Second slide, please. So over the course of our presentation, I'll briefly reference the 4 pre-season recommendations and also briefly describe how those recommendations were incorporated into Canadian management for 2020. Oliver and I will jointly present a time series of Canadian origin Chinook assessment and associated management, which will then be followed by Oliver providing a postseason summary of assessment projects and finally an overview of the environmental conditions in the Canadian portion of the Yukon River drainage. Slide number 3, please. So in April of 2020, the Yukon River Panel provided 4 management recommendations for the 2020 season. The first 2 recommendations are listed here on slide number 3, which includes a recommendation to manage the Canadian origin Chinook run to ensure that spawning escapement fell within the IMEG, or interim management escapement goal of 42,500 to 55,000, and to provide for the agreed harvest shares in both countries. Second recommendation was to provide for Canadian origin Chinook salmon conservation, limit the use of gill nets to 6-inch mesh or smaller upstream of the Tanana-Yukon River confluence for the duration of the Chinook salmon migration. Slide number 4, please. Finally, the third Yukon River Panel management recommendation was to consider environmental conditions, particularly extreme events, to inform management measures implemented and resulting harvest opportunities. The fourth recommendation was that in the event that in-season assessment programs were not able to operate, that the fishery harvest opportunities should be provided conservatively based on the pre-season outlooks. So over the next 4 slides, I'll briefly describe how DFO implemented the Yukon River Panel's management recommendations into the Canadian Chinook management strategy. Slide number 5, please. So with respect to the first recommendation, that Chinook salmon be managed to ensure that spawning escapement fell within the 2020 IMEG range, The Canadian fishery management strategies were designed and implemented in a manner that would support this recommendation. This recommendation, in addition to the principles and the obligations agreed to in the Pacific Salmon Treaty's Yukon River Salmon Agreement. And so in Canada, allocations to Canadian fisheries do vary with run size and are intended to support stock rebuilding and recovery. And this includes a provision that if the spawning escapement is likely to be less than 55,000, that the fishery allocation is limited to the First Nation subsistence fishery. The management strategy also incorporates in-season assessment and information to inform in-season Canadian management decisions. Slide number 6, please. With respect to the second management recommendation to consider the use of 6-inch or smaller mesh nets upstream of the Tanana-Yukon River confluence, this is a recommendation that has been incorporated as a condition of license in both the commercial and domestic salmon fisheries in Canada. The licensing conditions in those fisheries did clearly articulate that mesh gill nets are to be a maximum of 6 inches during the period from July 1st through to October 25th, 2020, which is the duration of the salmon run. Slide number 7, please. With respect to the third recommendation to consider environmental conditions, particularly extreme events, to inform in-season fishery management and harvest opportunities, DFO did monitor water temperature and water levels in numerous areas in the Canadian portion of the Yukon River watershed, and that in-season data about the water temperature and flow, it did not indicate that they would pose a substantial threat to the survival of migrating adult Chinook in Canada. So as a result, that did not warrant instilling any further management actions to change or further limit harvest opportunities in Canada. Slide number 8, please. And finally, with respect to the fourth recommendation that considers the possibility that in-season assessment programs might not be able to operate, fortunately, both pilot and Eagle projects were operational through 2020, and I have to say kudos to everyone involved to make that happen. I'd also like to point out that this recommendation already aligns with the Canadian fishery management philosophy of taking a precautionary approach, which in general is about being cautious when information is uncertain or unavailable. So on the slide, we see a picture of the front cover of this year's management plan, which outlines the management strategy that was taken, or the management strategy for the 2020 season, which has incorporated and articulated this recommendation and the other three and how to implement them. Slide number 9, please.
So for reference, through this presentation, we'll be looking at numbers from these projects. We'll start with preseason forecasts as developed whalefish are still in the ocean. And then for early season management, we'll use numbers from Pilot Station. For in-season adjustments and border passage, we'll look at numbers from Eagle sonar. And then I'll give a brief summary of Canadian assessment projects, including Klondike sonar, Pelly sonar, Big Salmon sonar, and Whitehorse fishway. Now, COVID-19 disruptions meant that we weren't able to operate the Porcupine sonar this year, so we do not have an assessment of Porcupine River Chinook. Slide 10, please.
So we're now on slide number 10, which kicks off a chronological reporting of management and assessment of Canadian origin Chinook during this past 2020 season. Essentially, it's a time series overview of the assessment information that was available at the time, the management activities underway, and the implementation of the Canadian Fisheries Management Strategy. Most of the management slides will include a date, a table with columns that will present either the preseason outlook or in-season projection of Canadian Chinook. There will be a column for the passage estimates at Pilot Station, one for the expected minimum border passage, which is based on run size and management objectives. The Eagle sonar passage estimate will be included, which just please note is not the same as the border passage. And finally, the table includes the IMEG for 2020 and expected or anticipated Canadian fishery allocations based on the information known at the time. So on this particular slide, slide number 10, I'm presenting an overview of the Canadian management back in April and May of 2020, which essentially takes us back to the information that we had pre-season. At that point, the pre-season outlook was for a range of 59,000 to 90,000 Canadian origin Yukon River Chinook salmon with a midpoint of around 74,500. And so with that, the expected minimum border passage with a run of that size was just under 50,000. And we see a column that includes the bilaterally agreed IMEG, which I just mentioned was a range of 42,500 to 55,000. And finally, accounting for the preseason outlook, IMEG, and associated harvest shares, the expected Canadian fishery allocation at this point was estimated to be from 4,500 to 7,400 Chinook. Of course, the run had not started at Pilot Station nor at Eagle as of yet, so we're still working with preseason outlooks as we plan ahead. Given this information, the Canadian fishery expectations were that there was going to be an allocation available to Canadian fisheries, and that any of those harvest opportunities would be limited to the Yukon First Nation subsistence fishery. We also expected that the Canadian salmon season would commence on July 1st, which is on average when the first Chinook arrive in Canadian waters, and also that First Nation governments would initiate harvest conservatively. So during this time, DFO was involved in management planning and engagement, which included, of course, in participating in the Yukon River Panel preseason virtual meetings and hosting virtual meetings with Yukon First Nation governments, Yukon Salmon Subcommittee, and stakeholders. Slide number 11, please.
So as the run got underway at Pilot Station near the mouth of the river, we watched Chinook numbers coming in. Let me walk you through this slide. So this is daily passage of Chinook at Pilot Station. Bars are the total number of Chinook passing Pilot Station each day. But remember, not every Chinook at the mouth of the river is headed for Canada. It's just over half are headed for spawning areas in the U.S. But we can identify where Chinook are headed, whether Canada or the U.S., using genetic testing. So in blue are the number of Canadian origin Chinook that are passing Pilot each day, and this number is estimated using genetics. Gray are all the rest of the fish, the U.S. origin fish that aren't headed for Canada. For our purposes, we'll focus on the blue Canadian origin fish. And the dashed line here is the average passage of Canadian origin Chinook at Pilot Station. So by June 22nd, we were approaching the usual midpoint of a usual run at Pilot Station, and Chinook numbers were looking either low or late. They were certainly well below the average shown by the dashed line. Slide 12, please. By June 23rd, though, there was a large spike in daily counts, and that brought Chinook numbers back up to closer to what we would expect from the preseason forecast and closer to the average. Slide 13, please.
So here on slide 13 is providing a snapshot of Canadian management as of June 24th. And although the Pilot Station passage sonar were counting Chinook with an estimated passage of around 32,000 Canadian Chinook by then, it was still too early in the season for DFO to switch from using the preseason outlook of around 74,500 Chinook to in-season projections. And of course, at this point, we were still about a week out of starting to count Chinook at Eagle. And with respect to the Canadian fishery allocation, still using pre-season information, it was an estimate of 4,500 to around 7,400 Chinook. By this point, the Salmon Subcommittee was providing their Canadian fishery allocation and management recommendations to Fisheries Minister Bernadette Jordan. And DFO is preparing for the arrival of the Chinook salmon by reducing the catch and retention limits to 0 in the public angling fishery, and also ensuring that the commercial and domestic Chinook fisheries were closed. Management planning and engagement in mid to late June included hosting in-season meetings with Yukon First Nations and the Salmon Subcommittee, finalizing the Canadian Integrated Fisheries Management Plan, or IFMP, and also participating in the weekly YRDFA conference calls. And new for this year, we also held weekly interagency calls with ADF&G staff. Slide number 14, please.
As the run wound down at Pilot in mid-July, the counts there were on track to meet or exceed the preseason forecast of 74,500. Slide 15. And by early July, the run had also begun to arrive at Eagle, which began arriving a little bit late, but this was expected based on the late start at Pilot. Slide 16.
So here on slide 16, we see a management overview for mid-July. By July 15th, we've made the switch from using the preseason forecast to the in-season run size projection estimate of around 75,000 Canadian origin Chinook. And this information is now being used to help inform management actions and expectations. And so by July 15th, we see that around 73,400 Canadian Chinook are estimated to have passed Pilot Station. And it appears as though the run is coming in within the preseason forecast range. So with a run of this size, the expected border passage was expected to be just under 50,000, and the run, which had commenced at Eagle, at this point had seen a passage estimate of around 4,900 Chinook. The in-season information at Pilot indicated that there was a Canadian allocation, which was estimated at around 4,600 to 7,500 Chinook, and that when we considered the Canadian Fisheries Management Plan, allocation within Canada would continue to be limited to the First Nation subsistence fishery. Management planning and engagement in mid-July included active implementation of the IFMP. We hosted in-season meetings with Yukon First Nations and the Salmon Subcommittee, and we also continued to distribute assessment and management updates to First Nations, fishery license holders, and the Salmon Subcommittee through conference calls and email updates. And DFO also continued to share and receive information through the weekly YRDFA calls and continued on with the weekly interagency meetings with ADF&G. Slide 17, please.
Starting in mid-July, however, the daily counts at Eagle were not increasing. Expected. Indications were that Eagle numbers were not going to match expectations based on Pilot counts. Slide 18. Eagle counts continued well below expected through the end of July. Slide 19.
So slide 19 provides a management overview as at July 29th. By this time, the in-season Canadian run size projection was estimated at around 76,300, and the run at Pilot was nearing completion with an estimated passage of around 75,600 Canadian Chinook. And the expected minimum border passage is just under 53,000. However, as we're just hearing from Oliver, the Eagle sonar passage is starting to look poor at 17,570. So recall that the IMEG is 42,500 to 55,000. So here we are, it's July, end of July, and DFO is contending with the fact that there had been expectations that more Chinook would have reached Eagle, and that the pilot sonar passage indicated a Canadian fishery allocation of up to 7,000 fish. However, you know, it's obvious now that Eagle was in trouble and that the expected abundance at Eagle was just not transpiring. So management activities at this point included DFO prohibiting angling for salmon in the Yukon River and its tributaries, which also included the Porcupine River, for the duration of the Chinook run. And in addition to the regularly hosted meetings and the information sharing, DFO also hosted an additional in-season fishery update meeting on July 22nd to urgently discuss with Yukon First Nations and the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee the information that was at hand. And so during this meeting, the focus of the discussion was with respect to sharing the information with First Nation governments that the Chinook abundance estimated at pilot was not expected to materialize at Eagle sonar. Slide 20, please. So August 4th is about a week later. We're on slide 20 now. The in-season run size projection was based, the in-season run size projection based on the in-season information at pilot, you know, was estimated at 76,700 Canadian Chinook, and at this point, the run is nearly complete at pilot, which is estimated passage at around 76,000. The expected border passage based on this information is still around 50,000 fish, and the estimated Canadian fishery allocation was still up to 7,775 Chinook. However, obviously, by August 4th, the Eagle sonar passage estimate was just under 25,000, and a more realistic border passage was for less than 42,500. And therefore, the minimum spawning escapement goal of 42,500 was unlikely to be achieved in 2020. So given the information that the Eagle sonar passage was well below the pilot estimate, DFO maintained the angling, commercial, and domestic fishery closures. Slide 21, please.
By mid-August, the run at Eagle was winding down, and it was clear that the total passage was going to be very, very low. Slide 22.
So here we have a management overview as at August 13th. The in-season Canadian run size projection and pilot station passage at this point is around 76,000. 76,000 Canadian Chinook, and the estimates that were supported by sonar and in-season genetic sampling of 76,000. The Eagle sonar passage estimate at this point was 30,616, and as reported earlier, well below expectations and estimations based on in-season information from pilot. And considering Eagle passage, the escapement goal was unlikely to be achieved. Slide 23, please.
This year's final count at Eagle, which was 33,550 Chinook, much lower than expected and much lower than the average, about 56% of an average run. Like pilot, the run at Eagle was also several days late. There's more to discuss about the difference between pilot station and Eagle numbers. We've discussed a little bit of that already, but I'll come back to that again at the end of the presentation. Slide 24.
Hey, I just realized that I had missed a bullet on my previous slide. No need to go back to it, Tom, but in August, the Salmon Subcommittee did recommend for First Nations to discontinue harvest of Chinook due to the very low abundance. So thank you. I just wanted to make that point. So on slide 24, I'm providing a written summary of the Chinook salmon fishery management actions for Chinook stocks on the Yukon River main stem in Canada. Fisheries and Oceans Canada, or DFO, Chinook management actions included closing the commercial and domestic fisheries for salmon fisheries for the duration of the season, prohibiting Chinook retention in the public angling fishery on the Yukon River and its tributaries, including the Porcupine River, and issuing a public fishery closure to angling for salmon from July 29th through September 22nd, and providing information to Yukon First Nation governments and hosting in-season conference calls. Yukon First Nation government fishery management actions included engaging First Nation citizens and considering the in-season information and updates, which included the recommendations from the Salmon Subcommittee to implement additional measures to conserve Chinook on July 31st, and shortly thereafter to cease harvest of Chinook salmon on August 11th. Slide 25, please. So here we have on slide 25 a post-season report card of the Canadian origin Chinook run, and this also includes the harvest and escapement outcomes. The total Canadian origin estimated run size is 45,501. The minimum border objective on a run of that size is 42,890. The associated harvest shares for U.S. is anywhere from 0 to 2,401. The U.S. harvest is estimated at 12,171. Canadian harvest share is 0 to 780. The Canadian harvest is estimated at 2,363. Spawning escapement is estimated at 30,967. So in short, in summary, the total Canadian run size was sufficient to meet the bottom end of the escapement goal. Both countries exceeded the harvest shares as described in the Pacific Salmon Treaty, and the border passage did not meet the minimum border objective. And finally, spawning escapement did not meet the interim management escapement goal. Slide 26, please.
Let's jump back to total eagle passage and look at that compared to past years. Slide 27. This year's total estimated run size for Canadian origin Chinook was the second lowest on record. A reminder, the total run size is estimated by combining spawning escapement with U.S. and Canadian harvest data. Slide 28. Year's spawning escapement was also among the lowest on average, well below the long-term and 10-year averages. Also below the interim escapement goal range of 42,500 to 55,000, egg range shown here in black bars. Slide 29. I'll add in U.S. and Canadian harvest. U.S. harvest is in gray and Canadian harvest is in red. Including fish harvested in the U.S. and Canada, this year's total run was just within the IMEG range at 45,500. The IMEG may have been achieved with zero harvest in the U.S. and Canada. Slide 30. The low numbers observed at Eagle were reflected in all of the upstream assessment projects as well. Really notable further upriver. Counts were at 71% of the average at Pelly Sonar, 31% of the average at Big Salmon, and 18% of the average at Whitehorse Rapids Fish Ladder. Fish Ladder passage was the second lowest on record. Run timing was also late throughout the drainage. Slide 31. Look at age, sex, and length of Chinook entering Canada. Do that using Eagle data. This graph, fish returning at age 4 are on the bottom in white. Above them are 5-year-olds. Above that, in darker blue, are the 6-year-olds, and the top dark blue are 7-year-olds. This year's run did have more age 6 fish than in recent years at 52%. Slide 32. Also look at the male to female ratio of fish this year. Males are at the bottom and males at the top here. This year's sample at Eagle was 54% female, which is the highest female proportion since Eagle began. Factoring in the total numbers of fish past the sonar, however, the total number of females past Eagle was still below average. Slide 33. Finally, we can look at the length of male and female fish this year compared to previous years. Females are larger, they're at the top, males are along the bottom. Here, female fish were slightly larger than average at Eagle, and males were about average length. Slide 34. Let's return to what I described previously, that there were fewer Chinook arriving at Eagle sonar this year than were expected based on pilot station estimates. And go through an accounting of that. There are several potential reasons for Chinook numbers to decrease between pilot and Eagle, and I'll go through these. They are fish headed to the Porcupine River, fish harvested along the way to the border, measurement error, and non-harvest mortality. So starting with porcupine fish, Porcupine River Chinook leave the main stem at Fort Yukon and don't cross the border at Eagle. These fish, though, are counted as Canadian origin at pilot using genetics, but they don't arrive at Eagle, and this happens every year. There wasn't an assessment at Old Crow this year on the Porcupine River, but based on past numbers, there are about 4,000 Chinook that head up the Porcupine River. We can look at harvest. U.S. harvest removes a certain number of Canadian origin Chinook along the river. The estimate for that this year is roughly 12,000 fish. Then the last two are measurement error and non-harvest mortality. So measurement error includes uncertainty that we know about. So as an example, there is uncertainty around the estimate from pilot station. So this year, the 90% confidence interval was between 64,000 and 91,000. And that has to do with identifying which fish are Chinook from sonar and also assigning genetic proportions to the fish to estimate how many are Canadian origin. It also includes uncertainty that we don't know about. So as an example, not to say that this is something that has occurred, but something that could occur is sonar aim can differ between years, and fish can be missed from account in a way that isn't noticed or accounted for. So that's an unknown source of measurement error. And then finally, we can consider non-harvest mortality. So that includes death along the river from disease or heat stress or injuries, anything that causes fish to drop out along the migration that isn't fish being removed by harvesters. I'll go through environmental conditions this year at the end of the presentation, but the short story is that there was nothing likely to have contributed to unusual mortality from heat. Slide 35. So we can add some of these fish to the Eagle total and better describe the difference between pilot and Eagle estimates. In this case, we can add Porcupine River Chinook to the Eagle count. A sonar at Old Crow, but we can estimate about 4,000 fish based on past counts. Add those to the Eagle total. Slide 36. Next, we can also add U.S. harvest of Canadian origin Chinook downstream of Eagle to the Eagle count for fish that would have passed Eagle if they hadn't been harvested. That estimate this year was roughly 12,000 fish, and so we can add them as well. This does still leave a discrepancy between pilot estimate and the Eagle estimate, and that discrepancy is caught in those two categories of measurement error and non-harvest mortality. Slide 37. You can also look at this by the numbers, in this case, starting at Eagle and then working downstream. So at the top, consider the number of Chinook estimated to have passed Eagle sonar at 33,550. And adding to those, the 4,000 fish estimated to head up the Porcupine River, and then as well adding in estimated U.S. harvest at 12,170. That gives a total run estimate of 49,720 Canadian origin Chinook. Importantly, that's combining main stem and porcupine fish. Below that, we can look at the pilot station sonar estimate, which was 77,000, which also groups together main stem and porcupine Chinook. What remains are those numbers that are a product of measurement error or non-harvest mortality. This year, that number was just over 27,000 fish. Slide 38. So how often does this happen, that pilot numbers overestimate eagle numbers? Put up pilot station estimates of Canadian origin Chinook in blue here and associated confidence intervals. Slide 39. Add to this graph the number of Chinook past eagle this year, or past eagle each year, and that's in orange, and then the number of Canadian origin Chinook that were estimated to be harvested before they reached eagle, and that's in gray. Looking at each year's pair of bars, we can see the combined eagle estimate and harvest each year, the orange and the gray bar together. It doesn't always match the estimate from pilot, the blue bars. The important question then is, how often are the combined eagle and harvest estimate outside of the confidence interval from the pilot estimate? Slide 40. See that pilot station estimates were higher than the combined eagle and harvest estimates in 2013, 2017, and last year, as well as this year. And I've circled those in red here. However, we can also see that pilot station considerably underestimated the combined eagle and harvest estimates in 2009, 2011, and 2015. I've circled those in black. So these discrepancies have happened in the past. They haven't always happened in a case where there were fewer fish than expected at eagle. This is both directions. These kind of discrepancies in either direction make management difficult. We're continuing to look at this. And just earlier, the JTC has formed a subcommittee to examine these kind of discrepancies between the estimates and how to address them. We'll be bringing the best possible science forward to the panel for their consideration. Slide 41. And finally, I'd like to review environmental conditions encountered by migrating and spawning adult Chinook once they entered Canada. Surprise to anyone who was here this summer, here in the Canadian Yukon drainage was cold and wet. Levels were high and the water was cool. Chinook, importantly, did not encounter the same high temperatures that they did in slide 42. Starting in the lower and middle Canadian Yukon, so that's from the border through Dawson to Carmacks and tributaries, water levels were above average across the board, and in some cases were at historic highs. Chinook encountered higher than average flows, and that potentially influenced run timing through slower upriver travel. Water temperatures as well were well below average through much of July and August, although there was a brief period in late August when they rose above average and then declined back to average temperatures. And in the upper Yukon system, looking at areas through Whitehorse, Takini, and Teslin, flows were also above average, though not quite as high as they were in the middle and lower river. And upper river temperatures were also cool and really didn't see that little bump in late August. They simply stayed cool. Less information about the porcupine drainage. COVID meant that the usual in-season temperature monitoring there didn't occur, as happens. But air temperatures were closer to average in northern Yukon. Have quite as cool a summer as the rest of the territory. Water levels in the Porcupine River at Old Crow remained closer to average through the migration and spawning period. Slide 43. With that, I will turn it back to co-chairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oliver and Jesse, for your presentations. So this brings us to the opportunity for panel member questions. And again, appreciate panel members' patience in holding your questions on both the United States and Canadian postseason presentations. In order to assist with, I guess, responding to presentations, if there's a specific slide or item of information that panel members have a question about, either in the U.S. or the Canadian Chinook salmon postseason presentations, Tom, if you could bring those up for us as questions are posed. With that, I guess I will look to panel members for any questions. I know we had some questions immediately prior to lunch, and I know that there were a number of questions from Canadian panel members as well. Perhaps we will start with, perhaps it's Canadian panel member Carl Sidney or Alvon Finster. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I could real quickly, just wanted to clarify to have Fred and Deena, they've come up, and so they're available along with Jesse and Oliver to address any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you for confirming. And with that, we will start off with Carl or Al, Canadian panel members. Go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
We can, yes, go ahead, Al.
Okay. Carl's not here at the moment. I just wanted to raise a couple of small points. But when I was looking at the Americans or the Alaskans description of the pursuit of their fisheries, they had interpreted the directions that the panel had provided to them, so that they weren't using the exact words that or even close to the words, as I thought, that the Americans used or that the panel used. So you might want to look at that in succeeding years, and if you feel that I'm correct, then bring them closer to it. But I also wanted to briefly note that I guess the first, I'm happy that people are taking warm temperatures into account when they're looking at environmental effects to the upstream migration of salmon. I think that's a great thing. I always have thought, and I thought we missed that in the past, especially during the early 2000s, when there were a lot of fish were basically terminating in the mid-Yukon River drainage basin. But in respect to this right here, you're looking at the effects of warm water temperatures, but you're not yet looking at the effects of flows. And I think that, and sorry if I'm misrepresenting you, Zach, but you were saying that an increased stress would cause ichthyophonus to pick up. This year we experienced high flows. And on the Yukon side, I can't speak to the American, I just hear the conference calls, but on the Yukon side, the Stewart River was in flood for the entire summer. The Pelly River was in high flows, and I think that the sonar crew had to leave the site because the water was so high. When you got farther up in the drainage basin, it was as Oliver said, the flows weren't quite as high, but they were high. And I think that you have to consider the cumulative effect of the high flows on the fish all the way up the river. You can't just say, in Canada, everything was fine, because it might have been fine, but it may also have been cumulative of a series of effects that happened in the past. On the Canadian side, also, there were high flows into the autumn. I wasn't looking at it as closely, perhaps, as I should have been, but the work that was done on, I think, the Salcha and Chinook River pointed out that if you did have high flows after the spawning period, there would be effects on the fish. So you're looking at environmental effects, but you're looking at it quite narrowly, and I would only suggest that you look at it more broadly in the future. And you may not be able to vary your fisheries on the results of it, but it is something that you should consider. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments and points, Al. Next, we will go to Canadian panel member Tim Gerberding for questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. And my question, I guess, is for Zach and the American contingent. And I'm looking at slide number 22 of the American presentation, and it talks, about the harvest in the different districts. And a few questions. So when I look at this, and I'll start with an observation, it's apparent that the harvest in District Y5 is quite a bit higher than the harvest in any other district. And when you convert that to Canadian origin harvest, it's over 3 times as high as any other district. And so I guess that my questions has to do, at what point in the run did the Alaskan managers begin to suspect that the Chinook run was not likely to meet the agreed escapement target? Because of course the recommendations were that the parties manage so that to provide for the agreed harvest shares and escapement and manage conservatively. But I guess I'm wondering, we know that things changed as the fish progressed up the river. I think that Zach, or maybe it was another presenter, said something to the effect that, the fishers in the lower river seem to have a relatively easier time catching fish than in the upper river, and the further up the river the fish got, the harder people had to fish. But at what point during the run did people begin to realize that, wow, we're in a little bit of trouble here, and we may not in fact meet that escapement goal? And I guess that, and I'll finish that I guess where I'm leading with that is that, why weren't steps taken to reduce the harvest in District Y5 in particular earlier than they were, given what we were learning about the fish as they proceeded up the river?
Mr. Chair, this is Deena Jallen with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. I can try to address some of those questions. Just to talk a little bit generally about District 5 harvest. Harvest of Chinook salmon is a really important subsistence resource for District 5. By the time salmon get upriver, summer chum salmon have largely peeled off into tributaries below that. So there aren't as many summer chum salmon present in District 5. So it's a really important subsistence resource. That's why reliance on Chinook salmon, it shifts as you get further upriver, because there's fewer and fewer other fish present to help out with subsistence needs. As you're looking at lower river, they've got summer chum salmon coming in much greater numbers and in really good quality for consumption. And just by looking at District 5 as a total is a little bit, it lumps a huge section of the river. District 5 extends from a little bit below the mouth of the Tanana River all the way up to the border. So that's a huge stretch of river. And so that includes subdistricts 5, A, B, and C, which are below Stevens Village. And then subdistrict 5D, which is Stevens Village all the way up to the border. So while the community of Tanana harvested a little bit more than they did so they harvested more than they did in 2019, but less than they did in 2018. A community like Fort Yukon harvested well below their recent average, and Beaver as well harvested well below their average. And so in looking back at our management through this season, if we look at our management in subdistrict 5 ABC, they were closed early in the season before the first fish ever got there. And that was triggered by seeing a very late arrival of the first pulse. And then after we did start seeing the first pulses come in, they were put back on a restricted schedule of half time with 6-inch mesh with an additional week-long closure. And then they stayed on that schedule of restricted time and restricted mesh up until we saw the midpoint of the eagle counts in late July. And at that point, they were closed for the entire rest of the season. In subdistrict 5D, they had a similar pattern where they're also closed in late July for the rest of the season. But by that point, more of the fish had moved through subdistrict 5 ABC and were still traveling through subdistrict 5D.
So would it be possible to break out the harvest by the sub-districts? Because I think that would be very interesting information. As you mentioned, it is a huge district. But the other, I have to respond a little bit to your comment on, how important the fish is as a subsistence resource in Y5. And I believe that to be true. In fact, I know it to be true. But I mean, the very same statement applies to Canadian subsistence fishers who, for the most part, didn't fish at all this year. And so, I mean, I appreciate how important these fish are, but I mean, that applies across the board in both countries. And I think that, the commitments that have been made in the Yukon River Salmon Agreement towards escapement numbers and harvest sharing are solemn commitments. And there are times when, people may not get what they need. And that's quite frankly been happening in Canada for a number of years now. But I think that, when I look at these numbers, it just kind of leaps out at me that yes, it was a small harvest overall, but over half of it took place in Y5. And I would hope that that might be a district where a little bit of in-season tweaking could be made so as to reach the targets that have been agreed to in the Yukon River Salmon Agreement.
I guess, Mr. Chair, if I just add one thing. When we did close in late July, we did close for all gill nets. So that included 4-inch mesh to reduce any harvest of Chinook salmon after we saw the kind of the mid-season projection at Eagle Sonar. So we did take we haven't often closed 4-inch or smaller mesh, but as is an action that we took this year in response to those counts coming through Eagle. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. And maybe just if I could add before we go to panel member Dennis Zimmerman, during the Canadian preparatory session, one of the questions that Canadian panel members were advancing was around management measures implemented and expected outcomes. So in line with the questions that Canadian panel member Tim Gerberding asked, I guess from a U.S. fishery management perspective, based on the management measures implemented in Alaska, was the harvest observed in District 5 at, below, or above what management expected it would be in 2020?
Mr. Chair, this is Deena Jallen again. So in season, our estimated allowable catch of Canadian origin Chinook was around 19,000, so between 16 to 26,000 approximately. We ended up harvesting closer to 12,000, so we did harvest less than that in-season projection. And so we took restrictive management action similarly to what we have in the previous years, particularly 2018 and 2019, where we did have harvest fishing restricted. Harvests in District 5, I'm looking at the recent, are below the recent 5-year average. The run size that we had in 2018 was a similar size at Pilot Station Sonar and a similar estimate of the Canadian origin run. And the harvest in District 5 in that year was 14,000, whereas this year total overall was closer to 14,000 compared to 8,000. So we did reduce harvest pretty significantly in District 5. And so the actions that we did take did limit our harvest and did bring it down and did keep it below our in-season estimate of allowable catch.
Great. Thank you very much for that follow-up clarification. I appreciate it. So next to Canadian panel member Dennis Zimmerman, question. Go ahead.
Thanks. Thanks, Steve. First, I wanted to say great presentations, very efficient and tight and well presented from both all presenters there at the last round. I wanted to start with quite an acknowledgement. I was able to participate in a few of the YERDFA teleconferences this year, and I felt like I couldn't. Well, sorry, there. I realize I have a Post-it note there. I realize, I guess privacy is important. No, I wanted to say, I think it was Holly was the one who was facilitating those calls at that time. And I couldn't believe how well and articulate it was expressed from ADF&G, in particular to Alaskan fishers, of how dire the situation was. This is when we knew that things weren't going to shake out like we thought. And I really appreciated the way it was presented. And I thought it was presented in a very human way and a way that people can understand it. And it also put the fish first. This was, you know, I'm paraphrasing here, but it was something along the lines of, you know, this is about conservation of this species of salmon and just pure and utter, you know, just in the best interest of these fish, because they may not make it if we continue at this rate. Something like that, Holly. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it was basically, I thought you put the fish first, and I really appreciated that. I thought ADF&G could not have done more at that point in terms of expressing and communicating the dire nature of that run at that time. So that's the first thing. I wanted to also, we discussed this at the Canadian side, and I think this is very, I wanted to keep plugging this as much as possible, but there was the reference to the mid-river sonar with respect to U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Intertribal Fish Commission and exploring that, the feasibility study. And I think that's something that will probably come up more and more, but I really want to start the momentum to support that initiative to the best, you know, whatever you need from the panel in order to kind of start exploring the because clearly the gap between pilot and eagle is problematic, and the confidence intervals at pilot are troubling and leading to, you know, what is coming well below the escapement goals. I guess my question is, you know, you know, at what point does the assessment projects no longer become the main tool we use in season? You know, I mean, the confidence intervals are unreliable, and we're talking about continually trying to refine the data, and then, you know, there ends up being a bit of reverse engineering. We change some variables, but clearly this got us into trouble this year. And so I guess, what tools are available to all managers in season to be able to more conservatively manage, given we're in this position of extreme low abundance, long-term low abundance, and now we're fishing up to a point based on data that's not reliable from year to year. So surely we can, you know, there's got to be some other tools in the toolbox, and what can the Yukon River Panel do to support those tools in order to ensure we don't fish this deep into escapement? Thanks.
Dennis, not sure who's best positioned to perhaps provide some thoughts or perspectives with regards to the question, but perhaps to summarize or to restate it. Essentially, the question is there something that can be done differently with existing assessment programs to perhaps improve their representativeness or reliability? Or alternatively, are there additional assessments or monitoring tools or programs that could better inform, obviously, the managers on the abundance of salmon in season? So, not sure if that helps, but we start with the U.S. Representatives. Go ahead,
Mr. Chair, if I may, actually go ahead, Deena, and I can follow up.
Oh, you feel free to add any additional thoughts. Yeah, I think this will be something that we're going to be discussing a lot in the spring, and I think it was shown, I think in Jesse's presentation, about how some years pilot is overestimates and some years it underestimates, and I think I mentioned in my presentation that hasn't been a consistent bias either way. Just these last couple years, it seems to have really, you know, maybe perhaps overestimated the Canadian origin run that was coming upriver. In the last couple years in particular, we had very low late entry, or very low abundance and late entry of summer chum. So that might be something to keep in mind, to see, if we continue to see low abundance and late entry of summer chum, if that's a consistent factor somehow throwing off the sonar estimates, or if it's really, like we saw hot water in 2019, but high water in 2020, if we keep getting these kind of one-off factors that it's hard to kind of pin down a particular smoking gun. But I think that's something that we're definitely discussing a lot going forward into our management plans that we'll be developing later on in the spring.
Yeah, thank you, Dina. That's helpful context. I guess nothing much more to add to what Dina just described. And I will say that is the big question. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Maybe one thing to reference is what Dennis mentioned about the potential for additional mid-river in Alaska sonar and so on and so forth. Something to keep in mind, given the potential for that, is it would take some time to develop such a project. Just to reference a similar project for a main stem like the Yukon with the pilot station itself, which we all recognize is not always perfect with respect to its results, but it was about 10 years worth of feasibility work. There's much more data from that program, pilot station sonar on that project. It's not considered to be a part of the historical record of assessment that program, because it took so many years to really ground truth it, to put it simply. There's probably ways to shortcut that a little bit with an additional project, given what we know, and given other data sources, both at pilot and at Eagle in that regard. But first year of operations, full operations of an additional sonar project isn't necessarily going to give us confidence in the accuracy of this assessment. I'd also mention that one of the biggest things that I think most people recognize, but that the timeline for the information, we see these presentations and both Alaskan or Canadian presentations, it's very easy to show those timelines of how we learned information over the course of the run. But in reality, those timelines are playing out over a month, is what it comes down to. So the knowledge that is gained at Eagle, as an example, this year, of the run being much weaker compared to what pilot station was saying, obviously the vast majority of management actions taken in their effect already occurred in that regard. Similarly, the acknowledgement and recognition of concerns for ichthyophonus came later in the run. It wasn't something that could be taken into consideration in the context of this past season, because it was much further up the drainage, and reports started coming out in that regard. I think those things can be addressed to some extent, but if pilot station is under or overestimating compared to Eagle in any given year, there's not a lot of actions that can be taken to change the management that's occurred to date. And that works in both directions. Obviously, the last 2 years, the effect of that was a poor border passage and effects on the escapement goal. It's similarly had effects in years of underestimation at pilot station, of sacrificing harvest opportunity in Alaska as well. So that is the challenge. It's a very good question. It's something that I think we obviously will be discussing in a lot more detail leading up to the April meeting, and development of management recommendations, both from the panel and within each country. We'll continue to conduct analyses. We have made modifications over the duration of pilot station sonar to try and address the uncertainties inherent to a program such as that. And we will continue, as was stated in multiple presentations, through the JTC and through various agency researchers to address those. That's all. Thank you.
I'll just go back to panel member questions. Do we have any further questions from either Canadian or U.S. Panel members on either the U.S. Chinook salmon, U.S. or Canadian Chinook salmon postseason presentation? So we will go to U.S. panel member Andy Basich. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Can you hear me fine?
We sure can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So the only thing I wanted to point out, thank you for the presentations. The talk about the mid-river sonar, I think it's a great project to work towards. I would like to remind the panel that we did have, for many, many years, the panel funded Stan Zaray's work at Rampart, which is above the Tanana River. So basically from that point on, they were 100% Canadian, well, I should say not 100, but probably 90% Canadian origin fish from that point on, where he was monitoring with his video test wheel. And he developed a great technology, which was shown to be very friendly to fish. And it was a really good check on the pilot station abundance in relationship to once the fish peeled off at the Tanana River to go up to the Chena and Salcha River. So it was a great project. It was actually relatively inexpensive to run compared to a sonar project. And it seems to me we're just very sorely missing that right now. And the only other comment that I would like to make is that, you know, we can't really do a lot. Sorry, we can't really do a lot about some of these things like ichneophonus or, you know, water temperatures, things like that. We can monitor those possible mortalities. All we can really actively do is try and watch our human impacts on salmon fisheries. And it might be worth discussing through management to maybe try and come up with some kind of a buffer in management. And it wouldn't have to be a big buffer, you know, 4,000 fish, something like that. Maybe, I don't know what the number would be. I'm just throwing that out there, but building into a buffer for management might really help us on years when there's very low abundance to have a better chance of reaching escapement goals. And then on years when abundance is high, you know, as stated in the treaty, it's okay to pass a few more fish on some years to Canadian spawning sites. So that might be a discussion that we should have at the panel level here and have maybe the JTC look into that and run some different models and work with managers and see if that might be something that would be worth doing. Those are my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and thank you for the presentations from the managers.
Very much for your questions. While we wait to see if there's any further questions from either US or Canadian panel members, I'll maybe put forward, or I'll just double check, US panel member Eric Weingarth. Do you have a question? I saw your line come off mute.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Eric at St. Mary's. I just want to make a comment that in regards to the run this year, I felt that we were above average in District 2 here passing by, and I felt confident in what Fish and Game was seeing at Pilot Station Sonar. And actually, I was quite amazed that we didn't even get that much fish to Canada, is what we've seen down here. So I'm still concerned. I thought they did an excellent job in counting at Pilot, and it was reflecting what subsistence users were seeing. We were seeing above average run passing by, and we had very limited fishing time down here compared to the past several years. And it seemed like the run was kept on going and going and going, and I'm not too sure where the fish went. Is what I'm having a hard time, and I've been fishing most of my life here, and I think Fish and Game did quite well. I know District 3 hardly fished at all on the king salmon subsistence-wise, and that's reflected in the numbers there too. So I'm still concerned what somewhere between Pilot Station and Eagle, the fish disappeared, is what I'm saying.
Thank you for those comments. And while we wait to see if there's any further questions from either U.S. or Canadian panel members, I do have one question, and it's perhaps a broader question for the JTC co-chairs, and it pertains to accounting for years where perhaps there's a discrepancy in the abundance estimate between Pilot and Eagle, and specifically, we'll use let's use 2019 and 2020 as examples. So in each of those years, as I understand it, there was a relatively high degree of confidence in the Pilot Station sonar estimate, namely the proportion of estimated Canadian origin Chinook salmon returning to the Yukon River watershed. Now, for at this point in time, unknown reasons, not all of those fish that were estimated to have passed by Pilot arrived at spawning grounds in the upper Yukon River watershed. But nonetheless, there seems to be a strong indication that some of the perhaps so-called missing fish were in fact present in river in season. So my question is, from a stock recruitment perspective, and specifically looking at it in the context of the escapement goal review and scientific and technical analysis underway, is there any accounting for or accommodation for those types of discrepancies in the scientific and technical analysis that's supporting the escapement goal review? And to put it a little bit differently, as I understand it and appreciate it, that the run reconstructions for Canadian origin Chinook salmon are based on the Eagle sonar estimate plus Eagle sonar estimate plus plus U.S. harvest to provide the total Canadian origin estimated run size. Now, in years 2019 and 2020, that wouldn't necessarily address or capture some of the so-called missing fish that arguably were produced by spawners 4, 5, 6, and 7 years prior. So just a kind of a big, broad question with regards to how in years where we do see those large discrepancies, that information is being considered from a spawner recruitment or a spawning escapement goal review perspective. So if there's an easy answer, that would be great. If there's not an easy answer, that's understandable as well. So perhaps to our JTC co-chairs, Zach Liller, go ahead.
Thanks for that question, Steve. It's fantastic and well worded. The short, I would say, middle ground answer is yes. There is a way to address that, and that is at the heart and soul of what the JTC subcommittee modeling team is tackling right now. It's why it's not a straightforward, fast to produce analysis, and why it is going to take some effort. And we've received some clarification this morning that the panel would like to see some more clarification and some more details about how we're tackling some of those challenges. The short answer is that we have a lot more information available to us to inform Canadian origin total run, total harvest, and escapement than just what is available from Eagle sonar and the point estimates of U.S. harvest. We have information from Pilot Station. We have information from genetics programs. We have information on other stocks, non-Canadian stocks. These are all together, all of these stocks create the entire run to the Yukon. So by default, knowing something about things that are not Canadian gives us information about Canadian stocks. And so the challenge, what the analysts and the subcommittee are trying to do is develop a statistical model that brings in all those complementary sources of information, balances them based on how much information and how much certainty each assessment program has, and properly accounting for uncertainty in order to recognize that balance just what you're talking about, that in season we have, and even post season, you know, we have an estimate of Canadian origin based on Pilot Station as an example, and then we have this alternative estimate based on Eagle plus US harvest. Both of those are just estimates. Both of those are just models. Neither one of them is likely to be the true exact number of Canadian origin fish that came back to the drainage. Rather, what we want to try and do is borrow as much information from as many different sources as possible to come up with the best estimates. I think that's, so I would end with more to come, and with the heads up that you guys have provided this morning, I think the subcommittee and with the JTC's help can do a nice job of painting that picture and presenting to the panel how we're trying to accommodate that. And I think once given the opportunity, a real opportunity to explain what we're doing and answer, you know, questions, you know, with relatively limited time commitments or constraints, I think a lot of the concerns and questions will be addressed, and hopefully you'll see the tremendous amount of work that the modeling folks and the JTC are putting towards this, and why it's taking and will take every bit of the 3-year timeline that we've committed to. So hopefully that helps, Steve.
Yeah, no, that was excellent. Thank you very much for that confirmation. So with that, just perhaps a final call for any additional questions from either U.S. panel members or Canadian panel members on either of the Chinook salmon 2020 post-season presentations or any of the earlier information pertaining to the 2020 Chinook salmon returns that were captured within the Joint Technical Committee presentation. Okay. Not looking like there are, oh, we do have one question from U.S. alternate panel member, Mr. John Lamont. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I guess this question is directed to the JTC. Could implementing the 6-inch mesh restrictions be accountable for some of the loss of those Chinook between Pilot Station and the sonar up there in Eagle? Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Co-Chair, I think I'm understanding that correctly. If it's specifically a gear usage question within Alaska for this last year, I would defer to Deena Jallen and Fred West to take that. If it is a JTC specific question, I need a little bit more clarification.
Thank you. So I'll maybe rephrase the question because I believe I understood it. So the question pertains to the potential for in-river Chinook salmon mortality as a result of net dropout. So fish that perhaps are temporarily gilled or lethally gilled in smaller mesh nets and drop out prior to retrieval, and therefore are not counted as fish caught in nets or harvested in nets. So again, I'm not sure if that's an in-season manager question or a JTC question, but I believe I've restated it or phrased it correctly.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification. I think I know Deena and her team have put a lot of thought into this. I'll defer to you, Deena, to take it away. And if there's anything else I can add afterwards, I'd be happy to.
Thanks for that, Zach. It's something that we've certainly heard a lot of concerns about. It's a very difficult issue to study because you kind of need to see fish if they're dropping out and somehow track them, but then you're also confusing effects from handling with effects from mesh effects. So it's something that we thought about, but it's not an easy question to address. And certainly 6-inch mesh was used throughout the drainage this year in efforts to reduce harvest of older, larger king salmon, and if harvest was available, to harvest chums and smaller kings. So I'd maybe turn that over to Fred West if he's got any additional information on the research and kind of summarizing that has been undertaken so far to look into the dropout issue.
Yeah, thanks, Tina. This is Fred West. I'm the summer season research biologist, and we have been talking the last couple of seasons about this issue, and I guess as Dina mentioned, there's a dropout impact, but then there's a lot of I guess if we were to do a study on that, there's all kinds of impacts of handling the fish and the stress that puts on the fish. There's some impacts that we may not be able to account for. So it is something that we're looking into, and there have been reports of folks mentioning that there's dropout, but it's within there was talk of possibly putting a sonar or something and studying to see, the impacts or how fish get entangled in nets, but that's something that can be looked at as well. But then there's just a lot of factors that can go into trying to look at that. So, but we have been talking about it.
I guess, and I will add one thing, that we have used 6-inch mesh every year since about 2012. So it's been a gear that has been in place for a while, to varying degrees in each year. And also fishermen, if the mesh size is 7.5 inch or smaller, fishermen can use smaller mesh if they have that gear or smaller gear.
Thank you very much for the responses and the question. Next, we'll go to Canadian panel member Tim Gerberding. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. I'll try to keep this brief. It seems like we're struggling to explain the disappearing fish, and there may very well be multiple factors, but it seems that kind of tracking those fish up the river is quite challenging. We're getting the message that in districts 1 and 2, fishermen were catching lots of fish, and even seemed to think that it might be an above average run. And that was, of course, not what materialized in Eagle. But just getting back to this concept of a mid-river sonar as a means to kind of help to track the fish. Personally, I think this is an excellent idea that would be of huge assistance to us, especially when it comes to taking effective in-season management actions. Mr. John Linderman, mentioned that lots of work goes into designing one of those, lots of prep work, and I accept that. But I guess the sooner we get started, the sooner we can have that, in place. So I guess I would just like to encourage the parties to really start thinking about how we could advance that concept. It appears to me that there is increasing support for that on both sides of the border. And I just want to put in a plug for that here, that let's really begin to think about how we can make that a reality here. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim, for those comments. And yes, I guess perhaps I can complement that comment with some general comments from the Canadian delegation, and that is that this topic was something that the Canadian delegation did discuss in advance of the bilateral sessions, and certainly perhaps proactively is something that we would have an interest in discussing during the pre-season 2021 Yukon River Panel meeting in the context of the Restoration and Enhancement Fund call for proposals for 2022. So perhaps place that as a proactive action item for discussion during the 2021 pre-season meeting.
Mr. Chair, if I may, before we go to Ragnar, I do want to have Ragnar speak first, but I would like to address and respond to that inquiry and that sentiment. But Ragnar first.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So we'll go to U.S. panel member Ragnar Ahlstrom. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, it's Regna. Well, I'm having a problem reconciling in my mind the genetics at Pilot Station, showing that Canadian origin 77,000 thereabout. Then we have an unaccounted 28,000, I'm rounding here, not showing up. That's, what is that, 37, 38%, something around there. And then I hear that maybe it's dropout, maybe it's ichthyophonus. A couple, 2 or 3 years ago, there's a warm water event, and I didn't pay too much attention. But you know, when people called me, they called about, you know, some salmon floating belly up down the river. I think with 27,000 fish either dying from dropout or ichthyophonus, somebody would have reported, hey, there's a bunch of kings floating belly up down the river. They're much easier to see than chum. And we had all these reports back, I don't know, it was 2 years ago or 3, about chums floating down. So I didn't hear a single person this summer, maybe I'm opening a can of worms here, saying here there's a bunch of kings floating belly up down the river. I've been fishing since I was just turned a teenager. Kings get belly up and float on top, at least down here, much sooner than chum. So I'm just having a problem reconciling the projection is maybe genetics are just completely wrong to be that far off. There's what's that, 38% or so. I'll be waiting for that the report here come April. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Those comments, Ragnar, and over to U.S. Co-Chair. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Maybe to address a little bit of what Member Ahlstrom was getting at. I mean, that's a big part of the challenge here, is trying to rectify these quote unquote missing fish and the various potential explanations for it that we don't have a lot of concrete information about. One thing specifically to mention is that the Tanana Chiefs Conference, as well as the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission, in coordination with the Department of Fish and Game and other partners, including Fish and Wildlife Service, have been having ongoing discussions and are committed to proceeding with evaluation and feasibility work associated with a Red River sonar program and or other additional projects within the Alaska portion of the drainage in a mid-river context, further up the drainage, so to speak. My general comment with any of these efforts, you'll recognize that in Dina's presentation, she referenced a lot of different topics of investigation that Holly Carroll, who's now the federal in-season manager with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on the Yukon, is working with staff and her new coworkers within that office to conduct additional research and investigation. And none of this is happening in a vacuum. It absolutely includes multiple agencies, transboundary, as well as the JTC on a bilateral basis. What I want to make sure we all understand is that during this time of poor run abundance, this ongoing time of poor run abundance, we need to be smart about how we approach these things. And what I'm specifically referencing is we don't want to do any harm to a population that's already weak in its abundance, that production is struggling and has been for some time. There's ways that we can go about these various types of research in the right way so that we don't end up having projects and programs that may end up in increasing mortality on these Chinook salmon to begin with. That can be accomplished. There's various methods and approaches that we can take to try and achieve that. But I want to stress that there's probably no shortage of programs and research that any of us would like to conduct to focus on specific concerns and questions that we might have. But for practical reasons, maybe we don't want to pursue all of them right now during a period of such poor run abundance, especially if it's methodologies or we can't find methodologies that will not result in additional dead Chinook salmon. Even when I consider, and when we consider the potential for a additional mid-river sonar project, we want to have some assurance that the test gill netting programs that are required to apportion any sonar program can be operated in such a manner that we can effectively live release those fish. So these are the kinds of evaluations that we want to ensure that we, when we cross these bridges, that we're doing it in a smart and effective way, that during a time of very weak and poor Chinook salmon production and abundance, we're not doing any additional harm as we continue to study and address these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And I believe that U.S. panel member Ragnar Ahlstrom doesn't have a follow-up question, but I'll just double check. Ragnar, I'm sure you can't see it, but your hand is still raised. Did you have a follow-up question?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so with that, we are, we do have one additional question from U.S. panel member Virgil Uppenhauer. Go ahead, Virgil.
Kind of in answer to Ragnar, last year, not this past year, but the year before in '99 or 19, the fish that were floating down the river was in the Koyukuk, which was low and crystal clear, and so you could see the fish. And one of my guide partner over there is the person that Tanner Chiefs got a hold of that went and counted them in a couple of different places. He went up the Dockley River, which is a major spawner for the summer chums, and king salmon go up there as well. And then a couple of eddies on the main Koyukuk River, and that's where he saw all these dead chum salmon. And that water was crystal clear. The Yukon is not like that anywhere in Alaska. And so seeing dead fish in the Yukon would be much more difficult. I know there's been a number of humans lost in the Yukon, and sometimes they find them a year later. I know Pat Madros found a guy that when they had a bad accident right at the mouth of the Koyukuk River, exactly a year to the day later, the guy floated up in the spring, and his body was actually pretty well preserved. He had been, they figured, stuck in some roots or something down deep in the water. But anyway, I don't know if that helps any or not, but where they spotted the dead fish was actually in crystal clear water. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for those comments, Virgil. And we'll go back to a question from Canadian panel member. Is it Carl Sidney or Alvon Finster? Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Roger Elford. And I've got a comment here that as regards to environmental conditions. And what we need to focus on is not only the conditions, but the impacts and effects of climate changes. What really worries me is that the mortality we're having with salmon as they're journeying up to their rearing stream. We have never heard anyone ever mention about focusing on the fire management, which I'm very sure really impact tributaries to Yukon River, especially on the Canadian side, Yukon territory. When we have a fire, you know, it engages in the surroundings of a rearing stream. And you ask yourself what mortality it takes for salmon rears, the small ones, after it's done and finished in that rearing habitat. And then also too, I'd like to acknowledge all of you fishery management team from both sides, Alaska and Yukon Territory, and especially with the DFO team, who recognize on the Canadian side engaging Yukon First Nations management through trust. That trust come from the principles of Yukon First Nations, and how you're building that trust within your team with Yukon First Nations is looking forward to see Yukon First Nations utilize their traditional management sections of Yukon Territory waterways, river, tributaries to the Yukon River. And that can't be done unless you have TK and how you get it, how you work for it. And I'd like to tell all of you that we're running against time, because that knowledge, we only have a handful very knowledgeable elders that at the tail end of traditional knowledge. And if we don't act on it, no, we might be running out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger, for your words of advice, and to appreciate your observations and feedback on the importance of working together, cooperation, and obviously consideration for traditional and local knowledge. We'll go to Canadian panel member Stan Ajutli Sr. Welcome, Stan.
Hello, hi, good afternoon, folks. How you doing? Hear me? Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Yes, you're coming through loud and clear.
Yeah. Okay, just some comments, and probably like more directed to John Linderman. Yes, the comments that you made in terms of like the missing salmon between Eagle, Sonar, and the Canadian border on the main stem, on the Chinook. Basically, there are a lot of tributaries between Pilot Station and Eagle, and to consider what can happen to them salmon, and basically if there's any research and everything done on that area to see where what's a possibility of doing anything at this point, and the fact that we need to be careful, but nevertheless. John, do you have any like ideas or like any guiding, considering all the guiding principles and the mandate of the panel to look at how we can do, and the JTC, and to how we can look at some research and for finding them missing Chinook or them, see where they're heading. Yes, they're up on Porcupine River, the old salmon trout river, which is basically a king salmon, Chinook salmon stream. No one has checked that out for a number of years, so there's probably salmon going up in that area which hasn't been tracked or identified, because there's no fishing up there at that point on Porcupine. And other tributaries that are unknown. So I think basically to probably look at some of the local knowledge as to the possibility of in Circle, Eagle, to see where possibly historical spawning grounds in those areas are, just by looking at history of local knowledge in that area, which on our side of the border we call traditional knowledge, but on Alaska side it would probably be local knowledge. But nevertheless, the goal is still the same, finding where the salmon are. And I think maybe some guidance in that area as to getting some research done would definitely be useful and fruitful for us. And to the sooner the better, considering the time. And I'm sure, like by now, with all experience that we have, we probably wouldn't cost any more do harm to the salmon that they already been through enough harm already. So that's just my thoughts on that. But on the fish dropping out a net on a porcupine, I have never got enough king salmon to drop out a net, but I got about half a dozen chum drop out of a chum net, and was made with thicker twine. So it was sitting in the bottom of the eddy there. You can see it in the clear water, and it's there. So like chum salmon to drop out of the net, but I don't know. Basically, I picked them up. I scooped them up somehow with a fork, but I made a hook for them. So yeah, nevertheless, when I tell the story again, it might be 20 salmon next time. That's in the bottom of the eddy, but the story will get better. But I think that's some of my thoughts. I don't know what we can do about that, but like you say, it's unclear. The water's kind of murky, very murky on Yukon, and very cold, a very cold river too. So yes, it can. There's room for preservation on that river in terms of what you can do to organic matter. Anyway, nevertheless, those are my thoughts. Thank you. I'd like to hear from you.
Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us, Stan, and again, condolences, I guess, on our behalf in respect of the recent events in your community, and we appreciate you joining us here this week. So with that, I don't believe there are any further questions from U.S. or Canadian panel members at this time. We are at 1:45, and I understand that we have one provision of testimony during our public testimony session. So we still do have time to proceed with public testimony this afternoon, and like to transition to that at this point, but I'll just check with you, Mr. Co-Chair, anything you'd like to add or confirm prior to proceeding to testimony?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to add too much, and yes, I'm glad we have time to accommodate some testimony. I do want to express my thanks to both Alaskan and Canadian presenters for some excellent presentations. Job well done to all, as well as some very good questions and discussion from US and Canadian members afterwards. We'll look forward to further discussion moving into the April meeting leading up to the next season. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
You, and with that, perhaps we'll go over to Mr. Tom Alpe. Could you coordinate public testimony at this juncture for us, please?
Certainly I can do that. Thank you very much. I'd like to check. I'm aware that we have, I believe, Emmy Fairclough on the line to provide testimony. Emmy, before you go ahead, I'd just like to check in with my colleague Victor. Victor, is that the only request that we have at the moment?
Yes, that's just the one testimonial.
Thank you very much. In that case, Emmy, if we have you on the line, I'd like to invite you to please go ahead.
Hi, it's Emmy Circle. I'm the Director of Lands and Resources for Teslin-Tlingit Council. So we're in the headwaters, as most of you are aware. It's, you know, it's a bit odd, and we were sitting here thinking that we sure missed seeing all the panel members and attending the panel meeting, and the side discussions that would occur there as well, that those being able to resolve some of our questions and ask some of the questions of some of the technicians sitting around the table. So it is a strange time, but I'm glad to see that we're making do here and continuing on with our management practices. So a couple things this year, and I know one of the things I wanted to bring up is that missing fish is not a new concept. We've heard this over the years, and it has occurred in previous years. I remember one year this completely discouraging to me, but hearing that it was a blip in the system. So if we look back over the years and talk about missing fish, it has occurred in the last 20 years that I've been attending the panel. So TTC has really significant concerns with the missing fish between Pilot Station and Eagle Sonar that have been a reoccurring issue in recent years. The numbers have been reported are alarming, but are not being handled as such. While it is recognized that there are many variables and contributions that contribute to the natural mortality along the length of the river, and that there are uncertainties in sonar estimates, these large numbers of missing fish represent considerable portions of runs in some years. In my community alone, over the previous years, our harvest history, we have reported to harvest less than 1,000 fish in our community. And as most of you are aware, we have pretty much a zero harvest rate right now. And we have for many, many years. We're also facing, as some of you know, that we fly in fish to our community. We're also faced with a new problem where we may not be able to bring more salmon or fly fish salmon. Our resources are running out with people who sell salmon. So as I had mentioned, my community used to report a harvest of 1,000 fish. 30,000 would feed my community 30 times over. Let me just repeat that. 30,000 fish would feed my community 30 times over. During COVID, one of the biggest problems we had in our community was getting meat and food to our members because we were restricted on being able to travel a simple 2-hour drive to Whitehorse. So these were huge problems for our community. And I guess I asked the panel this: if the Yukon River Panel R&E fund was missing $30,000, what would happen? We would do a forensic audit and we would find that $30,000. So let's convert this and pretend we're looking for the money here and take some serious action and do an audit. And it's time for us to have these hard, truthful conversations of what is missing and where we are going wrong. TTC continues to advance salmon restoration, research, and monitoring in the Teslin headwaters and appreciates the panel's support of this work through the Restoration and Enhancement Fund. This work is built upon our considerable and intimate knowledge of our local stocks, and the greatest benefit comes from the persistence of these stocks into the future. For TTC, restoration is much more complex than a single objective of increasing salmon numbers for harvest. Teslin-Tlingit people are part of the land, part of the water. These fish feed our homeland, and if we take care of our homelands will take care of us. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you very much, Emmy, and appreciate, as always, your words and the words of the Teslin-Tlingit people, and the important reminder of all of the peoples throughout the Yukon River watershed that truly do depend on the salmon resources. So do appreciate your time in providing testimony today. So at this point, we are just nearing the hour, and we have, I'll just do a quick check-in. Oh, we have a comment from U.S. panel member Andy Bassich. Go ahead.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I have a question for Amy if she's still available to answer. And my question would be, we got some reports from your managers on the sonar counts on some of the rivers, but I'm just curious about what the people in the regions up there are seeing on their spawning grounds. We tend to count fish, but when you count fish, you really don't know what those fish look like when you're looking at them with sonar, unless you do netting of the fish and sampling. So my question would be to the people of Teslin, who traditionally had very large runs of very large fish. I'm wondering, are you beginning to see more fish? And secondly, are the quality of the fish, are they getting larger or are they still small? And if anybody could answer that from Teslin, I think that would be very valuable information. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and thank you, Amy.
Very much, Andy. I believe Emmy has signed off the call, but perhaps I'll check with Carl Sidney. Are you still on the line, and are you able to provide any insight as to any observations from Teslin this past season?
Thank you, Steve. Am I on? Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
I haven't seen the salmon for over 5 years at least. I have no idea. So I can't answer that except for what I heard. And what I heard was probably, I think, was from Fairbanks. On the conference calls, I heard that the salmon were in good condition, but smaller. That's all I could share with you. Sorry, Andy.
Thank you, Carl. Perhaps we'll just, we have a minute or two left here, but Roger Alfred, any reports from Pelly Crossing with regards to the condition of salmon observed this past season?
They're quite different. It's not like back in the 70s or early 80s where we used to get salmon, big salmon, nothing smaller than a 7-year-old. These were big, large salmon. And today we only have these maybe 5, 6 years old, oldest kid. And I tell you, they're pretty thin. These salmon we get today, it's not very good condition. Because the meat texture is pretty soft. And it dries differently too. Takes longer than back in the 70s or 80s when you can dry these large 90-pound fish, Chinook salmon, within 2 weeks. These small little skinny fish we're getting, they take forever to dry. And I don't know what's going on, but it's changed a lot since then. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. And I see a comment or question from Dennis Zimmerman, Canadian panel member. Go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to flag, Carly Knight wanted to just answer that question for Andy as well. So I don't know, Carly, if you want to just jump in. She texted me. That's why I'm telling you.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can. Go ahead, Carly.
Perfect. So Andy, as per your question, I don't live in Teslin, but I formerly worked for the Carcross Tagish First Nation. And I'm now up in Dawson City working for Trondak-Wet'suwet'en First Nation. But we did a acoustic telemetry project on the upper Yukon River in southern Yukon. And as for your question as to what we're seeing on the spawning grounds, just overall, basically, we're seeing smaller fish, skinny fish, specifically this year, and less reds in the creeks.
Thank you for those comments and for that information. It's always helpful to share those observations. So with that, we are just about at the top of the hour. I'll do one quick check to see if there's any final comments.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
We can. Yes.
Yes.
My name is Victor Lord, and a lot of guys there, they know me around there, around the table. I am the upriver chairman for URDFA. And I was trying to get a hold of Victor, on the other Victor, on this number here, and I could not get a hold of him to sign up for the testimony, but I did have a comment. You guys can make a special reg for me to say something.
Good afternoon, Victor. Well, you're in the meeting live, so please go ahead.
Yeah, I just like to thank this for. I've been listening to you guys since this morning at 9 o'clock, and it's been enlightening again, once again, to get back and roll here. But all the guys up from Canada and U.S. are all doing a good job, and I like to thank them. But I just wanted to say, I've been on this fishing stuff for quite a while now, since after high school, since 1978, since working, and fishing problems are always coming up, and we always speculate and try to figure them out, and it's the fishermen on the Yukon River in Canada and in the U.S. that are always paying the price for it, and we don't mind. We think it's going to get help, but lately it seems like there's a problem somewhere, and I don't know if this is the right panel or the board to address it, but we should try to focus on where the heck that problem is. I don't think it's on the river, because we've been sacrificing with our numbers and letting the fish go by, and it doesn't seem to be changing things. We have to maybe focus out there past 2 miles past into the Arctic Sea or Bering Sea, out there somewhere. Maybe Virgil will have an answer. He mentioned maybe there's too much fish out there now with hatcheries and stuff like that. So I think we should try to find the problem. I don't know how we can address that, but I would appreciate that, and thank you. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Victor, and it's nice to hear from you, and hope you're doing well, and the folks in your community are staying healthy.
Yes, thank you, Victor, for calling in. For folks that may not know, Victor was a longtime member of the U.S. section of the Yukon River Panel as well, and has long been involved in fisheries issues. So very good to hear from you, Victor, and thanks for calling in today.
Right on. Stay healthy.
Hey, so with that, we are at the top of the hour, and we will be concluding our Yukon River Panel's bilateral sessions for the day. Just to confirm, tomorrow morning will be day 2 of the Yukon River Panel's bilateral meeting public sessions. We will be starting at 9 o'clock Alaska time, which is 11 o'clock Yukon time. And the first topic on our agenda will be to receive presentations on the 2020 Yukon River Mainstem Chum Salmon returns. We'll be starting with the U.S. presentation, followed by the Canadian presentation. So again, at 9 o'clock Alaska time, 11 o'clock Yukon time. Mr. Co-Chair, any closing remarks before we sign off for the day?
No, I think you covered it well, Mr. Co-Chair. I guess one thing to mention is, and apologies if there was any confusion amongst any members or the public with respect to the Q&A session occurring after both presentations. But we will be doing that again for both the main stem chum as well as the porcupine chum presentation. So as both Alaskan and Canadian presentations proceed, for all US and Canadian members to try and take notes as they can, to pose questions to staff during the Q&A sessions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, and good reminder. And with that, we will conclude our bilateral session for the day. Thank you to all panel members, advisors, and members of the public for your participation, and look forward to resuming in bilateral sessions tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. We'll see everybody tomorrow.
Thanks, everybody.